morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts supplied to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV's Business Update. This is the program where we'll bring you up to date of the happenings in the business world in Nigeria and around the world. And I'm your host, Uche Osai. This morning, we'll start with taking a look at the Nigerian stock market. Let's look at the performance for yesterday to enable us predict what the market trend this morning would look like, so that those of us who will be making an incursion into the financial sector will do that well armed, well fortified with privileged information to make profit in these runs. And starting with the Nigerian stock market, as of yesterday, we can tell you that the market took a bit of breather, closing on a negative note after some previous bullish runs. You knew that throughout the previous weeks, the market was on a bullish runs, but that, did not last till yesterday, where the market now took a dip. And then when we look at the end of this bullish run, you are well aware that the market became bearish yesterday. But that notwithstanding, the market trends are still looking very good. The benchmark all-share index yesterday shared 1,799.07 points. That's taking a 0.92 drop to close at 194,484.61. And then while we look at the broader market dip, the banking and industrial sector showed some resilience, bucking the trend with marginal gains. And then that leads us to bringing you the summary of the market as of yesterday. First, we'll start with the all-share index. The all-share index yesterday was at 194,484.61, making a negative dip of 0.92%. And then when you look at the market capitalization as of yesterday, we can tell you that the market yesterday, was able to notch up to 124.83 trillion naira in volume of 1.13 billion shares that exchanged hands in a deal totaling some 2,159 deals. Then, when one takes a very serious look at the market, despite the fact that it was bearish yesterday, there's no saying that the market would turn around. When you look at a lot of the indices that will determine market performance. So this dip yesterday shouldn't deter any investor into making incursion into the Nigerian financial sector. The market is still very profitable, very bullish, and that will be shown today. When you take at the market capitalization as of yesterday, which was at 124.83 trillion, you wouldn't be without doubt that yes, where there are profit takers, that the market is still stable and could rebound as we are speaking this morning. So be positive, and that takes us to looking at the top 5 performers for yesterday, and we'll tell you that the performance yesterday was led by Jaiz Bank leading the pack, and Jaiz Bank as of yesterday closed trading at 12 naira. Yesterday, 12 naira 76 kobo, equal very positive outlook in the plus 10% mark, and that is the highest, for any index. And you look at Infinite Trust Mortgage Bank, equally the banking stocks are really doing quite well. It closed trading yesterday at 19 naira, making a plus 9.83%, adjustment. And they are followed by another banking stock, the FCMB Group, which yesterday closed its book at 13 naira 55 kobo, which is equally very positive, 9.72%. And that's not all for the financial stocks and the banking sector. You see that Fortis Global Insurance was equally on the positive yesterday, making a plus 9.09 positive adjustment to close at 0.72 kobo. This is a very profitable venture where one can enter and take position as well. And you're looking at Sterling Bank. As of yesterday, Sterling Bank equally was very bullish. Despite the market dip yesterday, Sterling Bank was very bullish in the sense that it closed at a plus 7.50% adjustment, closing trading at 8 naira 60 kobo. So that tells you that the banking sector in this very market and economy are really taking position. But as we go deeper into this analysis and update, you will know why the banking sector are dominating the profits and the positions in terms of a positive performance in the market. But before we go into other detail, let's take a look at the market losers. Yes, they're the top 5 losers, and we can say that though the downturn was largely driven by losses in heavyweights like Bua Foods, we saw the likes of other food companies like Tantalizers closing their trading at 4 naira 86 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 10%. That's the highest one can, dip into. And then that communication in the media closed trading yesterday at 2 naira 25 kobo, equally in the negative minus 10%, a very big dip. And when you look at that, taking the position where they were coming in from last week, and then now they are on a dip, doesn't make it one to take for granted that communication is still well positioned and can rebound any moment. Once one gets the indices right, then the parameters will be right and you'll be well positioned for profit taking. And there's no gainsaying that this is a right position if one wants to take a position in the financial sector. Looking at the likes of Bua Foods, which closed trading yesterday at 760 naira 60 kobo, making a negative 9.99% negative adjustment. When you look at Ella Lex as well, is in the fray of the losers, you know that one can really take a very good position at this instant, that this bearish turn doesn't determine how the bullish run will turn out from today moving forward. And we're looking at Ella Lex that closed the book yesterday at 10 naira 40 kobo, in the negative 9.96%. And looking at RT Briscoe, which closed trading yesterday at 11 naira 50 kobo, is equally in the negative, making a minus 9.95 negative adjustment. And then we'll tell you that despite the daily dip, the market year-to-date performance remains exceptionally strong, sitting at a gain of roughly 24.98% so far in 2026. So while the overall market ASI took a dip of 0.92% yesterday following the monetary policy by CBN decision to cut interest rates, but we'll tell you that the banking and oil and gas sector were actually the bright spots, showing resilience and attracting investors into making incursion and making investments. And yes, we'll tell you that despite that bearish move, that the market is still very bullish, very profitable, and it's time to take a very big position in the financial sector. And when we look at the banking sector that led the recovery, we'll see that the banking index rose by 1.23% yesterday. To the sector is currently the focus of massive investor interest for 2 main reasons. One is the rate cut reaction. You know that the CBN, through the monetary policy rate, cut by 50 basis points to 26.50%. While lower rates usually squeeze margins, investors are betting on increased credit volume and a shift of capital from fixed income back into the banking equities, which is why investors are taking position on the banking sectors. So you don't want to miss out on that. It's time to take position because the banks are becoming way stronger. And another indices is the recapitalization raise, with the March 2026 deadline of the CBN's new capital requirements is fast approaching. So many tier 1 banks are showing strong balance sheets, making investors to take position on the banking sector. And then when we take a look at the top performer, Jais Bank, which we told you closed in the plus 10 positive, followed by FCMB that is equally in the plus 9.7% positive outlook, and Sterling Bank, then one will be enamored and encouraged that the top gainers across the entire market are in the banking sector. And then let's take a look at the oil and gas sector. The steady gains that we're seeing, you can see that the index managed modest gain of 0.15% yesterday, continuing its strong performance from earlier in the week. And why is the oil and gas sector, being boosted and on a steady gain? Then we'll tell you one of the reasons is the, policy boost due to a recent executive order by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which was signed on February 13, streamlining revenue remittances and improve transparency in the sector. So this in itself has boosted a lot of institutional confidence, making investors to take position in this sector. Another driver is the liquidity high value trades in Aradel Holdings, which saw over 6.4 billion naira in value traded yesterday alone, and Seplat Energy continue to provide the sector with significant weight in the market. Then another look is that analysts believe that the sector remains a safer haven as investors rotate out of more volatile consumer goods. They begin to take position at the oil and gas sector, where they see is really a safe haven. And then moving on from that, let's take a look at the other performance. We told you that the banking sector, yesterday's performance was a plus 1.23%, which is bullish despite dividend and recapitalization expectations. Then moving to the oil and gas sector, we'll tell you that the performance yesterday is rated at plus 0.15%, a little bit neutrally bullish as well. And then when you look at the industrial, consumer goods and the rest of them, you see that the consumer goods indices was on the negative, making a minus 4.74%, which is very bearish. And we told you that is necessitated by the fact that there was profit taken in Boa Foods yesterday. So the key takeaway for investors here is that investors are currently rotating their money, pulling profit out of consumer goods and dumping them either into the banking sector or the oil and gas, where they expect higher dividend yields, as we get close to the quarter ending. And then let's move over to the American market. We'll tell you that yesterday, Wall Street staged a turnaround Tuesday, relief rally, recovering most of the losses from Monday's sell-off. The rebound was fueled by strong consumer confidence data and a major AI chip deal between AMD and Meta. So that buoyed the market into positivism and bullish run. And we saw Nasdaq Composite at 22,863.68, making a plus 1.04% adjustment. S&P 500 equally is at 6,891.04, equally in the positive 0.77%. And then Dow Jones is at 49,174.49, equally in the positive 0.76%. The top gainers as of yesterday, we saw Lovan Biotherapeutic yesterday making a positive clinical trial, which led to that positive adjustment plus 32.1%. And when you look at Keysight Tech, equally making a plus 23.1%, which due to its strong earning beats. And then Advanced Micro Devices equally is in the positive, making a plus 9.6% multi-year all-chip deal with Meta. It made it possible for them to be in that positive. And then you look at the losers in the market, they are led by tech groups. You say Sharehold Tech Groups, SHLS, yes, they're making a dip on minus 31.5%. Those are due to guidance and regulatory concerns. Then when you take a look at the market force, you see that all eyes are now on Nvidia, which reports earnings today. Today, they will make their earnings public, and the market's reaction to President Trump's State of the Union address. These are the indices, the factors that would buoy the market for today. And then we'll move over to the Asian market, where, we told you yesterday about the losses due to the holiday, but as at yesterday, the Asian market were a mixed bag, while mainland China, Japan, and South Korea rallied efforts after the lunar year break and a tech rebound. Hong Kong and India faced a selling pressure. And when you look at Nikkei 225, Japan 57, 256.55, making a positive 0.76% adjustment. This reached a new height in post-holiday trade. And then Shanghai Composite, that's China, in the 4,119.00, making a plus 0.91%. Strong reopening after the long break. And we saw Hang Seng Hong Kong at 26,913.68, equally in the negative 1.060%. Is locked due to take heavyweight weakness. And then in India, equally, we saw that the market plummeted as it spiraled down. It had a very bearish run as of yesterday, losing over 100,000 points as IT stocks crumbled. And then moving away from that, let's take a look at the Brent crude performance. The Brent crude performance for yesterday, the prices climbed yesterday and are holding steady this morning as traders focus on high stakes negotiation and supply risk. When we look at the price down, as at now that we're telling you the price is the current price is at $71.22 per barrel. That's as at this morning. Then looking at yesterday's price, we look at Brent gained about 0.7%, briefly testing a 7-month high near $72 per barrel before settling around $71.26. And then when you look at the market driver, what are the indices that is driving the market forward? One of these is the US-Iran tension. Prices started elevating as the market awaits a fresh round of nuclear talks in Geneva tomorrow. Uncertainty, however, whether the deal will be reached or not, has spawned the market into a risk premium baked into prices. And then when we look at supply risk as well, concerns remain regarding potential disruption in the Middle East, especially around the Straits of Hormuz, should diplomatic efforts stumble. I know the role of the Strait Hormuz in the oil and gas sector, when the Brent crude is involved. That's a very important axis determining the price of the Brent crude. And then again, the US policy is another factor that one will now look at as to why investors are taking the positions they are taking and why the price of Brent crude is where it is. And that US policy, the implementation of new trade tariff by Trump administration, is also being weighed as for its long-term impact on the global energy demand. These are the factors that determine the price of Brent crude as we are speaking to you this morning. So be that as it may, when you return to the Nigerian financial sector, the investors are encouraged that despite the dip yesterday, the market today will be very bullish, and it's time to take position, especially on the financial sector, especially the banking sector, which is buoyed by the new CBN policies, ensuring a more stable financial sector, and investors are really taking position, and you shouldn't miss out on that, because we are going to see a more stable financial sector. And this is where we'll stop on the business update this morning, hoping that you make up your mind and take a position this morning, and we'll tell you that the market will be very, very bullish. It's time to take a position and make profit. And that's all for today on the business update here at Aneke TV. I still remain your anchor this morning, Uche Osai. To come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Good morning and welcome to the news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Glad to have you join us. And here are the headlines. President Tinubu appoints Tunji Disu, Acting Inspector General of Police. On the foreign scene, Iran commences military drills along southern coastline. On business, Dangote Refinery finalizes this 5 million litre daily petrol supply agreement. Now the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has accepted the immediate resignation of Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebotokun, citing family considerations as the reason for his early departure. Ebotokun, who assumed office in June 2023, had been expected to serve until June 2027. Tinubu has appointed our Assistant Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, as Acting Inspector General, pending confirmation by the Nigerian Police Council and the Senate. The presidency made the announcement in a statement released by the Special Advisor, Bayo Onanuga. In his remarks, the president commended Ebotokun for decades of distinguished service and dedication to internal security. The administration emphasized continuity in addressing Nigeria's complex security landscape. The statement reaffirmed the government's priority to modernize the Nigerian police force and enhance its operational capacity, while directing DC to provide steady leadership during transitional period. The Nigerian Police Force has clarified that a 100 million naira transfer into the personal bank account of Victor Ebetokun, son of the outgoing Inspector General of Police, was an error and has been reversed. Allegations had circulated online claiming the funds came from the Anambra State government's security vote account. Force Public Relations Officer Benjamin Hundeyin addressed the matter on Channels Television Politics today, stating that Victor Ebetokun himself reported the unexpected credit to police authorities. The funds were promptly returned to the appropriate state account. Hundeyin described the transfer as a banking mistake, not an improper allocation, emphasizing that no wrongdoing occurred. Victor Ebetokun provided his bank statement to police representatives to confirm the reversal. The force maintained that the incident was resolved transparently and swiftly, and that all protocols were observed to ensure the funds were restored to the correct source. A coalition of civil society organizations has filed a petition with the National Human Rights Commission following the death of 80-year-old Madam Grace Aneke. The groups allege that police officers attached to Zone 13, Ukpo, conducted a warrantless raid at her home on January 21st. The petition asserts that the raid caused Madam Aneke, a hypertensive patient, shock and psychological trauma, leading to her death 10 days later. Family members claim the action was connected to her son's legal disputes and journalistic work. Chukwunenye Aneke alleged that police were responding to private interest and that the raid was retaliatory following his reporting on alleged police misconduct and his own prior arrest. The coalition demands an immediate, transparent investigation. They are calling for preservation of all operation logs, the redeployment of officers involved, and a formal coroner's inquest under Anambra State law to determine the precise cause of death. They warn of escalation to international human rights bodies if matter is not addressed. The African Democratic Congress ADC has condemned what it described as an assassination attempt on presidential candidate Peter Obi and other party leaders in Benin City. The party claims that assailants trailed its convoy from the secretariat to the residence of party leader John Odige Oyegun before gunfire was opened. In an official statement, the ADC labeled the incident as a grave threat to Nigeria's democratic process, asserting that violence and intimidation undermine citizens' electoral will. The party affirmed it would not be deterred by the attack. The ADC called for a full and impartial investigation by relevant authorities to bring perpetrators to justice. It urged security agencies to protect political actors and safeguard democratic participation. The statement framed the alleged attack as part of a disturbing pattern of political violence that must be checked to preserve the integrity of Nigeria's electoral environment. Edo State Governor Monday Bebelo has strongly condemned the assault on members of the African Democratic Congress, describing the violence as an excessive escalation of internal party conflict. In a personal statement issued Tuesday evening, he expressed sympathy for the victims. Governor Bebelo said it was regrettable that individuals allegedly exploited Edo's peaceful context to incite violence. He stated unequivocally that the state government will not tolerate the importation of thugs under the guise of political activity. As the Chief Security Officer of Edo State, Obebelu pledged to ensure the state does not become a battleground for political rivalry. He emphasized that politics should be grounded in performance, meaningful engagement with citizens, and efforts to gain public trust. The governor condemned the use of violence by any political actors or affiliates seeking electoral advantage, noting such conduct demonstrates a disregard for the electoral and the democratic process. Nigeria's First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu has launched the Flow with Confidence Sanitary Pad initiative aimed at ending period poverty among schoolgirls. The national program was unveiled in Umuahia, where she stressed that lack of affordable menstrual products should not prevent girls from attending school. Under the initiative, 370,000 schoolgirls across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory will receive a one-year supply of disposable sanitary pads. Each state is allocated 10,000 packs for distribution to students in rural and underserved communities. Representatives present at the launch, including Mrs. Priscilla Oti, highlighted that disposable pads were selected to ensure safe menstrual hygiene and protect reproductive health. Health officials and state ministries pledged to support monitoring and advocacy. The First Lady reiterated that the program seeks not only to keep girls in the classroom, but also to break cultural stigmas associated with menstruation, promoting dignity and confidence for adolescent girls nationwide. Anambra State has graduated 41 court reporters trained in advanced artificial intelligence transcription technology. This initiative forms part of Governor Chukwuma Soludo's judicial digital transformation agenda. The new court reporters are certified to operate LexScript AI, an AI-assisted speech-to-text solution designed to automate court transcriptions. Officials say the technology will eliminate delays associated with manual recording and improve the accuracy and speed of judicial records. LexText Ecosystem Limited, the technical partner, emphasized that the trained professionals are positioned at the intersection of law and technology, supporting modern case management systems across the justice sector. Chief Judge Onochi Anyachebelu lauded the program as transformative, noting that reliable transcripts are fundamental to judicial integrity. The deployment of this specialist is expected to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in court proceedings. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has reaffirmed its commitment to a thorough and professional investigation before charging former Kaduna Governor Nasir El-Rufai. El-Rufai was interrogated over 3 days and remained in custody from February 16 to 18 amid corruption allegations. Despite public pressure for swift prosecution, EFCC officials insist the complexity of the case requires meticulous preparation to ensure a robust legal process. Following his interrogation, El-Rufai was briefly granted administrative bail before being transferred to the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, for a separate probe. The sequential handling by 2 anti-graft agencies has raised questions over procedural timelines, with El-Rufai's legal team arguing that constitutional detention limits have been exceeded without formal charges or remand orders. The unfolding situation has shifted focus onto investigative ethics and interagency coordination as authorities work to build a comprehensive case and legal representatives seek clarity on procedural safeguards. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Tinubu appoints Tunji Disu acting Inspector General of Police. Coming up shortly, Iran commences military drills along southern coastline. Dangote Refinery finalizes 65 million litre daily petrol supply agreement. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Willie Ngoma, the military spokesperson of the M23 rebel group, has been killed in a drone strike in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Senior rebel sources and regional diplomatic contacts confirmed that the strike occurred near Rubaya, a key mining town. Ngoma had served as a prominent voice of the M23 movement and was under European Union sanctions. Rubaya is widely regarded as a strategic location due to its significant coltan deposits. The incident comes amid renewed military operations by the Congolese armed forces targeting M23 positions. The rebel group has been at the center of ongoing security tensions in the region. The Congolese government has yet to issue an official statement. Meanwhile, humanitarian sources report continued civilian displacement as fighting persists in surrounding areas. Diplomatic tensions have emerged between Sierra Leone and Guinea following the detention of Sierra Leonean security personnel by Guinean authorities. The incident reportedly occurred in the border town of Kaliyere. Sierra Leonean officials stated that a joint security team was intercepted while constructing a border post. Guinea's Ministry of Defense, however, said armed personnel entered its territory without authorization. Guinea authorities confirmed that those detained have been handed over to judicial police for investigation. The development highlights long-standing disagreements over border demarcation. Both governments have initiated diplomatic engagements and deployed investigative teams. The situation remains under close observation by regional stakeholders. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has commenced ground force exercises along the country's southern coastline. Iranian state media described the drills as part of the routine military preparedness. The exercises come amid heightened geopolitical tensions involving Iran and Western powers. Officials indicated that the maneuvers are designed to reinforce defensive capabilities. Iranian authorities emphasized the country's commitment to safeguarding its territorial and maritime interests. No direct reference was made to specific threats. Diplomatic observers note that the drills coincide with ongoing international engagements involving Tehran. Regional security developments continue to attract global attention. Now in business, Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has urged young Nigerians to embrace opportunities in artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. He made the call at the opening of the second Enugu Tech Festival. The governor stated that innovation remains central to competitiveness in the global economy. He encouraged participants to develop expertise in areas including AI, cybersecurity, and semiconductor technologies. Governor Mbah stressed that the technology should be used to modernize traditional sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing. He underscored the importance of problem-solving and critical thinking. Earlier, the State Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Lawrence Eze, described the festival as a key component of Enugu's digital transformation strategy. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has entered into an agreement with 12 oil marketing companies for the distribution of petrol across Nigeria. The arrangement provides for supply volumes of up to 65 million liters per day. President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, said the initiative is designed to strengthen domestic fuel availability. Nigeria's daily petrol consumption is estimated at between 50 and 60 million liters. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority confirmed the regulatory oversight of the framework. Participating marketers include NNPC Retail, Total Energies, and Adova PLC. Industry stakeholders says the development could reduce reliance on fuel imports and contribute to market stability. The Nigerian Naira recorded marginal fluctuations against the United States dollar in early trading at the Nigerian foreign exchange markets. Market data indicated that the currency opened at 1,351.13 to the dollar. Trading movements remain within a narrow range. Financial analysts attribute the relative stability to ongoing monetary policy measures by the Central Bank of Nigeria improved liquidity conditions. Parallel market rates were reported to remain closely aligned with official window figures. Now in sports, Senegal's Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has expressed concern over the sentencing of 18 Senegalese football supporters by a Moroccan court. The supporters were convicted following disturbances at the African Cup of Nations final held in Rabat. Sentences ranged from 3 months to 1 year. Prime Minister Sonko described the development as regrettable, noting the long-standing diplomatic relations between Senegal and Morocco. Senegalese authorities indicated that diplomatic and legal options are being explored. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has assured the international community of adequate security ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The assurance follows recent security operations targeting organized criminal groups. Authorities reported measures to stabilize affected areas. President Sheinbaum stated that host cities, including Guadalajara, remain safe for international visitors. Mexico is scheduled to co-host the tournament alongside the United States and Canada. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Sarah Martins has addressed recent public discussions involving a dispatch rider who had publicly declared interest in her. The actress stated that subsequent information revealed the individual was married. She described the development as misleading. Martins noted that she would proceed with the donation of a motorcycle previously announced. She emphasized that the decision was taken in consideration of humanitarian concerns. Nollywood actress Uche Obodo has sparked debate following comments advocating self-care among mothers. The actress shared personal reflections on maintaining mental health and physical well-being after childbirth. Obodo stated that her message was intended to encourage women to prioritize their health. The remarks have generated mixed reactions on social media platforms. The Nigerian media community is mourning the passing of a young promising journalist Tangod Ofoelue at the age of 48. The Ofoelue family of Arochukwu, Abia State confirmed his death in a statement. Ofoelue was founder and chief executive officer of Jungle Journalist Media Limited and formerly associated with the Sun newspaper. Tributes continue from colleagues who describe him as a dedicated and principled journalist. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the appointment of Assistant Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu as Acting Inspector General of Police following the resignation of Inspector General of Kayode Ebotokun. The president stated that the appointment is intended to ensure continuity in the leadership of the Nigerian Police Force, pending formal confirmation by the Nigerian Police Council and the Senate. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has commenced military exercises along the country's southern coastline. Iranian authorities indicated that the drills form part of the routine operational preparedness amid heightened geopolitical tensions and ongoing diplomatic engagements involving Tehran. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has finalized a petrol supply agreement involving volumes of up to 65 million liters per day. President of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, stated that the framework is designed to enhance domestic fuel availability, while regulators say the arrangement could contribute to improved market stability. That's the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Have a wonderful morning. Thanks for watching. Bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from household to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, to a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because, you know, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, you know, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might need electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. because you see sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV. Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution: stable and reliable electricity,
is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning on Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Guru Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Wednesday, 25th of February 2026, so it's another new month, new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. So it's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business stock updates, hot topics, and that Sunrise pack that help you on the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Then coming up shortly, we will kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you the man of many parts, the sports oracle himself, where he will be giving us insight into the world of soccer. And of course, we'll give you a little business update to keep you informed on your investments.
Now to our inspiration segment, and it's coming from Sunrise Quotes. And it says, don't just look for a man who changes your life. Keep the one who changes your perspective and makes you want to be a better version of yourself. It says, don't just look for a man who changes your life. Keep the one who changes your perspective and makes you want to be a better version of yourself. I mean, in the world where we are, a lot of things are happening. Many people just want the half-bread, and some of them end up having none. And many people also want the full bread. Many people also want the full fish without learning how to fish. But today's quote tells us that we should not just look for someone who can just inspire us or just bring us into where we are, and we should actually look for someone who would help us to become who we are. You should value the person who changes how you see things. Perspective shapes everything, of course. When someone helps you think differently, grow emotionally, and see the world in a healthier way, that impact lasts much longer than surface level changes. The second part emphasizes growth. The right partner doesn't force you to change. They inspire you to want to improve. Inspiration, it matters a lot. They make you reflect, mature, communicate better, dream bigger, and act wiser. You become a better version of yourself. Not out of pressure, of course, but out of love and self-awareness. Mr. Chair, I would like to know what you think about this morning's quote.
All right, this sunrise quote is for me very holistic in the manner that he addresses situation he addresses us as human beings, and rightly in it stands a motivational part, and I look at the quote. He says, don't just look for a man who changes your life, keep the one who changes your perspective and makes you want to be a better version of yourself. What are we talking about here? All and everyone should aspire is to be a better version of themselves. That's what matters. And it makes me to remember what our quote yesterday did say when Socrates, was telling us that we keep learning in life, that a man dies when he stops learning. So when you stop improving yourself, like I did mention yesterday, you become a walking carcass. So naturally, it's inordinate to man not to want to, improve. There are few of us who are very open to improvement, and a number of times when we see people who would improve us, who is a better version of who we are or what we want to be, people more often become resentful, thinking that these people, they just naturally would want to assure of, and making me look at what relationships are in the world today, taking it to the world of the male and female. And I listen to the happenings around or the trends. You see a lot of female folks, the women, always wanting a male man, wanting a perfect man. They want what many equally ascribe to be an odogu, a finished job. But the question now means, how many of these women, how many of these individuals can handle that perfect man? How many of these women can handle that very man that will make them or help them become the best version of themselves? Or, like the quote, they say, a better version of themselves. Let's not go too high. Let's not say the bar too high. Let's talk about being a better version of yourself from where you stand. And how many of these women recognizes this man when they see it? Let me tell you something, Good Hope. When a good man walks in, when a man that will better you, when a man that will perfect you comes around, he is not going to come with the limousines. He's not going to come messing around. The person that would bring out the better version of you, like most women would want, they want a fine gentleman, a refined man, a better man. Let me tell you, that man will be principled. That man will be disciplined. And I ask, I'm speaking to relationships now. How many women are able to contend and understand that the perfect man, the man that will better them, will come being disciplined? How many of them are willing to toe and fall in line with a disciplined man who would not tolerate their excesses or change because he wants them to be happy? These are the issues. How many women are willing to begin to change and understand that this man will not begin to, romanticize their inabilities or their shortcomings, rather will be a perfect reflection of where they ought to be? And that's why you see that most relationships these days, end up not just in marriage, but even in marriage, it ends up in divorce, because a lot of our youths are not able to put up with the men who come ready, who come as finished products. So the man who would better you, is the one that will change your perspective about things. Perhaps you've been raised wrong, and because he wants you happy doesn't mean he will have to accommodate you in your myopia and accept you the way you are. In as much as he is there to better you, he would whip you in line to be a better version of you. And what are we talking about here? It speaks to growth. He wouldn't look at you and wouldn't want you to be, to be stagnant. Being stagnant in life is a very bad place to be. This man who will, help you to be a better version of you will help you to grow. And what does growth need? Growth needs discipline. Growth needs effort. Will you be willing to put in the work with this man? And this very man that we speak of in this morning would inspire you to greater height. He wouldn't be contented that when you've gotten to a certain level, he wouldn't want to see that as the apex. For him, there's always another layer. There's always another level. Good Hope, permit me, I come from the Igbo race. The Igbos talk, and we are entrepreneurs. Let me speak to my brothers in the marketplace. Let me tell you, who spoke, this quote is very holistic. It speaks to relationship. Relationship not just between the man and the woman. It speaks to our relationship. How do I relate with Mr. Res Arum in the marketplace?
Yes.
So, who are your friends? What is your business goal? What is your business agenda? You look for men who will bring out the best in you to attain your goal in life. If your goal is to move from a stall and move to a bigger stall, then you should look for men who have done it, so you drink from their experience. You look for disciplined men who will help you manage your resources, groom you not to live the life of profligacy, not a life of washing hands with champagne and the club on Fridays. You look at men that will encourage you to go home after the business of the day. Take a stroll in the street and then go home, relax, rest, and get ready for the next day. A man who would inspire you to move from going from Aba to Onitsha to just buy your goods. You look for men who will inspire you that you too can go to Guangzhou and import from China as well. These are the kind of men we need in our life, in our careers. So how we relate, and are we prepared to accept such men? Because when they will drive you without mercy. They will take no for an answer. They will want the best from you. And making me remember the likes of Mike Adenuga, Aliko Dangote, Tony Elumelu. These successful men, these are very big disciplinarians. And I speak eloquently of my encounter with Aliko Dangote as the president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Each day when he is to walk into the Nigerian Stock Exchange, at that set time, you will see him in the lift. Come the next day, if he is to be around, at that exact same time, the lift stops, he walks in that very minute. I've never seen him miss a minute of it. And I admired that from that man. And I started asking questions. How would a man who has attained the apex of success be so disciplined to keep to time? So it speaks to the issues. We need to be prepared to accept the men who will better us, who will inspire us, who will take us to the promised land. If there is a place called the promised land, depending on where you find yourself in business life, in your relationship, in your career. And it speaks to relationship. So, Good Hope, thank you this morning for taking us through this route, for us to know, yes, that we don't just look for a man who changes our life, that will keep the one who changes our perspective and makes you want to be a better version of yourself. That should be what it ought to be. That's what we should look out for. That should be the inspiration upon which we enter every relationship to be a better version of who we are. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chief, for that extensive commentary on our inspiration segment this morning. I bet that young people that have listened to you would really know that there is something they have taken from that this morning. Now, next is our weather update.
All right, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Get ready for a sizzling start. This morning is looking sunny and warm, with temperatures climbing up to about 39 degrees Celsius. So that sun is definitely saying rise and shine. Humidity sits around 50 to 60 degrees, so it will feel warm but not so sticky. Chances of rain today practically zero. Your sun hat will be a great friend.
Good morning, Enugu. And over to the coal city. Enugu is also turning up the heat. Expect hot and dry conditions with plenty of sunshine. Daytime highs will hover in the mid to high 30 degrees Celsius, with little to no rainfall around town. The early sun will warm you up quickly, so grab that water bottle.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. Good morning, Abakaliki. Abakaliki is feeling the heat wave energy today. temperatures likely pushing close to 36 to 37 degrees Celsius. Humidity isn't too high, but the heat index could make it feel steamier than the thermometer shows.
And good morning, Owerri, my favorite city. Owerri, sunny skies with temperatures around 36 degrees Celsius are in the forecast. You might notice it feels even hotter midday thanks to humidity. But don't worry, those breezes will try their best to keep you cool. Little rain expected through the day.
And in Umuahia, Abia State, good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. It's shaping up to be a warm and humid day. Highs around 33 to 34 degrees Celsius with a touch more moisture in the air. Rain chances are low, but the morning may feel a bit muggy before the sun fully warms things up.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember to keep an umbrella handy, and either rain or shine will keep you company. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV, new world. Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now and make a TV move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today. The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you again on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Uche. I am good.
All right.
And do not even mind asking me about Nigeria. Nigeria is very, very nice to be in because of the exciting things that happens most recently.
Good to hear that exciting things are happening in Nigeria, and good to know that Nigeria is treating you well. That's what you just told me. A lot of exciting things happening. Thank you very much. And it's nice having you. Mr. Goodhope.
All right, thank you very much. Now in the Nation, the headline says, President to team take our scorecards to grassroots. And the Punch says, Tinubu picks Disu for pre-2027 security boost, DIGs to retire. Now in the Vanguard, how we escaped assassination in Benin, Obi Oyegun. Now in the Guardian, US escalates pressure on Nigeria as AFRICOM firms up hub in Ghana. We're going to be taking our first major headline from the Vanguard, and it says how we escaped assassination in Benin, Obi Oyegun. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi and former APC national chairman John Odige Oyegun have recounted how they allegedly escaped an assassination attempt in Benin City. In their narration, both leaders described a tense security scare that required swift intervention. While details are still emerging, the incident has sparked concerns over political safety and rising tensions in certain parts of the country. Mr. Che, I'd like to know.
Seeing this headline, it's quite worrisome, But first of all, let's celebrate the fact that they escaped. They are not killed. How we escaped assassination in Benin, So we thank high heavens that nothing happened to these men, and we hope that wherever they are safe, hale and hearty. That said, looking at this issue, and I ask the question, why are we hitting up the polity? Why are we returning to pray, 1999 or post 1999, where elections were a do or die affairs, where politicians were recruiting thugs? Are we degenerating to that same level again, where we are celebrating that Nigeria's election or politics is becoming a lot saner, given that what we witnessed post 2015, where an incumbent did say that his ambition is not worth the life or the blood of any Nigerian. Moving forward from that, yes, we've had pockets of crisis here and there where people are mowed down or killed as a result of politicking and election. But on the long scale, one would say that we've moved a bit, that the political climate became a little bit saner, not bloody, not violent as it was, the way we know it to be. However, returning to this very issue, you would recall that this same Edo State, where the governor did at one point issue an order to Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, not to venture into his state without first of all informing him. It raises a lot of fundamental issues, a lot of fundamental questions are being raised with that said comment, where he did and stood by it despite the outcry, the general outcry from Nigerians, leaders and everyone. He stood his ground and never recounted. Then imagine what would have happened to our nation this morning. We wake up this morning and the nation is burning. Let me tell you one thing. There are leaders that you don't toy with. There are leaders who command moral authority. They don't just command political authority. They command moral authority. And I can say it on good authority that the peace we enjoy in Nigeria today, post 2023, was ensured by one man. And that man is Peter Obi. I am quite privileged when there was a lot of pressure post 2023 election upon the midnight Nicodemus announcement of that result. Agitations were high. Most young Nigerians, remember that the demography in that election was dominated by youth, mostly first-time voters who took particular interest and hoped and aimed that with their civic responsibility and participation in that election, they would be able to change Nigeria for good by wanting or preferring a particular candidate whom they backed openly, totally, without reservation. And on the eve of that Nicodemus announcement of that very result, they were pressuring this one man to lead them out, allow them get to the street, and you could imagine what would have happened if he had come out to say that they should go to the streets and protest. Many were ready to burn down this nation as a result of what they perceived as an injustice, what they perceived as rigging, the cancellation of a popular mandate in their view. Many did, like Aisha Yusuf, publicly refused to recognize the incumbent as is and was announced by Aneke on that day. And here we are, a certain individual who didn't guard his utterances came out publicly to issue order to such an individual not to venture into his state. And I tell you, while we begin to celebrate this, there are a lot of individuals who kicked against that in Edo State. You see, we should jettison thuggery. And when I tell you about moral authority, men like Peter Obi, the likes of our late president Muhammadu Buhari, are such men who would command millions of Nigerians and get them into the street just on one comment. So why would you trade the peace that such men has given us on utter of violence? We are not appointing any accusing fingers here, but on the day the former chairman of APC and the former presidential candidate, governorship aspirant in the last election in Edo State were to defect from their respective parties to join the ADC, then we saw an attempt on their life in Edo State. It leaves more to be desired. But like I always say, I would have to go to the professionals, the analysts, to get their view before I continue to give my view or analysis on this. Mr. S, we are speaking about a worrisome bend or curve in our polity. It's been long. We heard of an assassination attempt that will be described as being politically motivated. Since the demise of the likes of Marshal Harry, the killings in Lagos, we really see where political opponents were assassinated in Nigeria. Mr. S, what is happening?
Well, Uche, it is disheartening to hear that that situation came into being in Edo State. While you were talking, you made reference to the fact that the governor of the state had initially warned Peter Obi not to step into that state without his approval. Not just consent, but approval. That is to say, writing to him formally he's coming into state. Otherwise, his security will not be guaranteed. And this has pointed at the fact that initially, because they say in a popular adage that the moment you are, you begin to, okay, let me use our traditional adage. The tortoise said that if certain things happen, or if they begin to run in the market, the woman that is pregnant will be matched or stampeded to death. And when there became a run in the market, during the stampede, the woman was matched to death. And the people said that the tortoise earlier warned that it will happen, that he is the culprit. Somehow, you may not be pointing an accusing finger on the governor, but it is like the proverbial tortoise adage that the pregnant woman will be killed during the stampede in the market. So you see, Obi and the rest other politicians were according to reports, at the ADC office in Benin, where Apata, the former governorship candidate in the last election, and Oyego, the former APC chairman, were to actually join the ADC coalition, which is beginning to attract a lot of many politicians from across many political parties, when they got a warning that security of their lives is not guaranteed, that there might be an attack where they were there, so they hurriedly went up and left. Before they just left, the people gathered in that vicinity were still there when some gun-wielding persons came in several vehicles, one particularly identified as a Sienna vehicle and others, and started shooting sporadically. About people were injured, according to the report. Now, you now begin to think about what will be of the 2027 election. If things are beginning to happen now, what will happen during the election proper? It takes us back to the days, the Second Republic, the days of Akin Omoboriowo in Ondo State, where election was bloody, where Togri was the order of the day, where people were mowed down as a result of leadership crisis. Who will take the lead? Who will govern the state? And since then, we have not had any such, disheartening stories. We have not had, such level of, acts until recently, until now, until just 25th of February. Now, what is going to actually happen during our elections proper? If gunmen are beginning to now go after the opposition parties. You see, and Nigeria is already battling with insecurity coming from terrorists, bandits, and various terrorist groups that are in Nigeria. People are killed, people are kidnapped, and so many dastardly acts being, perpetrated by terrorists and bandits across Nigerian states. And the government is still having problem with containing that. And now, persons who are involved, politicians, people who are in politics of Nigeria, are now beginning new formula, going beyond even the banditry to gun-wielding, harassment, intimidation, attempting to murder people, assassination, and all that. What is going to happen to Nigeria during the 2027 election? As it is coming, already there's tension everywhere. The environment is charged. And while Uche was trying to ask this question, he said that somebody pleaded for peace because people were disenchanted with the result of the 2023 election when it was announced. And they were ready to begin to make such demand that could have resulted into breakdown of law and order. Such demand that could have resulted in Aneke, that could have resulted in so many things that are horrible in this nation. But a good politician is a good politician. He called on his followers to sheath their swords and remain calm. And since then they have remained calm, waiting for yet another edition. Obi has not even gotten a ticket to run. He is just a member of ADC. He left the Labour Party for ADC. He may not even get the ticket, or he may not get the ticket. But one thing that Obi assured everybody is that he's going to be in the ballot. He ran for presidency. and he's not going to be an appendage to any other presidential candidate. Fine. Is that why they are after him? That's a question that should be asked. Are they after Obi? Or do they think there is this thing that the former APC chairman has done by leaving APC? Are they now going after those who were in APC that are leaving, that have left APC or that are leaving APC? We see the case of the former governor of Kaduna State. We also see the former Attorney General. We also saw the Ngige, and so on and so forth. Are they beginning to now go after those who are possible opposition to the incumbent administration? It's a question that should be asked. Who is behind this? The Nigerian government should convince Nigerians that they are not privy to any of those things that has happened. They should be able to investigate and find out who are behind such a situation. If it is not done, it means that opinions will be formed by the people of Nigeria, and such opinion could mold into a gathering storm. And when you have a gathering storm, it might snowball into a tornado or a whirlwind. And of course, a whirlwind happening, it doesn't care whose ox is God. So I warn that if we should have a peaceful Nigeria, if we should have a peaceful election in 2027, the issue of insecurity must be nipped into the bud. Maybe that could be why the federal government is trying to still penetrate their security architecture by removing and putting. We'll still come to that, but then the all is not well with Nigeria. Of course, the government of Edo State has already said they do not have any hand in such an act. Of course, we heard they already said so, but then the governor is the chief security officer of that state and should be able to be held accountable, because the chief security officer should be accountable. And of course, the security alert that came from a security agency that the place will be attacked. So they got a pre-information. Therefore, that information should be investigated. If it is not, then most people might conclude compromise. So therefore, we do not want such negative opinions to be formed, which is to say that the persons vested with the responsibility of finding out exactly what transpired, what happened, and bring those people that attacked Obi Oyegon and the rest of us on 25th of February to book. If they chased Obi Oyegon to Oyegon's house, and at his gate, the gate, of course, it was shown, the gate was riddled with bullets, cars were smashed with bullets, cars, SUVs, many of them. Of course, it is there in the visuals, so people who see it's not about a claim, it is not just a fictitious claim, it is something that happened. People came and started and opened fire. If it were not because the Obi and the rest of us were hidden inside, of course somebody would have died. And that is calculated, premeditated assassination. A try to assassinate them. Because if the gate, that gate was not strong enough. Bullets would have pierced in to shoot somebody, to get somebody down. But the gate stopped the movement of the bullet, and the wall also calmed it down. After the gate, it has to go down. Otherwise, people would have been killed.
All right, Mr. Reyes, looking at this issue, one thing that we will not shy away from saying is the fact that this is happening in Edo State, where the governor did warn. If we are to go by the words of the governor, that he will not grant his security, I now begin to ask, is this not a constitutional issue? When does Nigerians need permission to travel in and around Nigeria?
It is a constitutional right of Obi to go to any part of Nigeria, just like it is the constitutional right of every citizen of Nigeria. As a citizen of Nigeria, you don't need permission to go to any state. Because Obi was a candidate of a party, he doesn't need permission. He's a Nigerian that is free and accommodated by the Constitution, and his safety is also guaranteed in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So how could a governor have erred to begin to warn about one person coming into a state without his consent and begin to talk about not guaranteeing his safety? How can you even say that? That is why I came in with the proverbial tortoise who said that when the market stampede happens in the market, the pregnant woman will die. And they held the tortoise culpable for the death of the woman. So if people begin to point at the governor of Edo State as having warned that he will not guarantee, then we'll now ask him if Obi also get permission before coming in. And even if he did not, the Constitution does not say that he doesn't have the right to come in. So he was going beyond his bounds. How can a governor say so? A governor, even the governor, as a governor, you could also alert your fellow governors you are coming to their state. That is when you're a governor. But Obi is just an ordinary citizen, just a presidential candidate.
All right. We could see the clips showing, and we could see smashed vehicles. We see windscreens smashed, broken windscreens, windshields broken. Mr. Reyes, when you see that we're degenerating to this situation, and I ask, whose desk does the buck stop? Especially given the heightened insecurity that we have in Nigeria. Shouldn't, beyond investigating this issue, despite the fact that the governor is under immunity, the security apparatchik should investigate and see who instigated, motivated, deployed, directed the attack on these forthright citizens. First of all, beyond their ambition, being politician or partisan, they are first of all Nigerians. And at the federal or at the state, they swore an oath to protect the life and property of citizens. And with this, one can make the argument that they have delicted from their duty. And I ask, shouldn't the president be worried and should provide security, watertight security for Peter Obi?
Well, you see, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees the safety of every citizen of Nigeria. We are talking about the ground norm. We are talking about the supreme law. It is guaranteed, and it is the primary responsibility, the basic responsibility, primary responsibility of those who have been given the power to govern the other populace. We have a president And of course, like you said, who is working under oath? We have the governors who are also under oath, and we have the local government chairman and many others, including the judges, the ministers, and all these people are working under oath. And their primary responsibility before any other thing is the security of lives and property. And now, one of such persons who is under oath could come out to say he does not guarantee the safety of another. That is a breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is a breach of the fundamental right of the person, the victim, whose his security has not been guaranteed. The security of a person may not be, even if you are a criminal, the government still guarantee your security until a court of competent jurisdiction deems otherwise. Right. Even those who have been condemned will not be killed until it is signed that this person should be killed. So any form of extrajudicial killing is criminal. Any form of threat to a free citizen of Nigeria is criminal. Therefore, it is upon the immunity which, of course, several times the National Assembly, the lawmakers of this country, people have said immunity should be, the immunity law should be rescinded. Otherwise, the governor who said he doesn't guarantee the safety of a Nigerian should be held responsible and be held culpable for anything that wrongly happens to such Nigerian. All right. If any governor says that Rex Arun security is not guaranteed, then that person should be held culpable. It is an obvious thing. You don't even, I don't know, you don't need much interpretation. The court will just say it and interpret it normally from its prima facie, evidence. Therefore, Nigeria is in trouble. If we are going back to the bad old days, then we are doomed. Because what will we tell our people, our future generation, that we are doing to allow democracy to collapse in our hands? What are we going to tell the people if anarchy that's looming in Nigeria comes into play? What will the government say? What will the people vested with the responsibility of ensuring peace say that happened that made peace to be eroded from the country? This is an erosion of peace. I am talking about the insurgency. I'm talking about Nigeria being headquarters of terrorism in sub-Saharan. I'm talking about people being kidnapped, killed unjustly, as if there is a war in Nigeria. And we're not talking about the pre-election violence added to the one we have. Is it not disheartening? Is this not too bad for a country that has grown, that had independence since 1960 to date? So I ask those in power, those vested with the responsibility of governing this country, to sue for absolute peace so that Nigerians will have peace.
All right. Before I let you go on this issue, I want to ask, we have a ruling party that controls virtually all the states in Nigeria, with exception of a few, and I dare ask the question, like many people are alluding, who is afraid of Obi? And the party at the center that controls the bulk of the states, especially looking at Edo State, which is equally an APC state, with the government at the center, who is afraid of ADC and this individual, especially Peter Obi?
Who should be afraid? I begin to see that the ruling party is afraid of Obi. Otherwise, why are these things happening? If you're not afraid of Obi, the ruling party is controlling 29 states. And of course, according to the reports of the Nation newspaper 2 days ago, it said the Abuja election, Rivers election, and Kano election were shows of endorsement for the ruling party. And yet, people are still scared and think, are they trying to intimidate him or to force him out of his ambition? Or what exactly do they want to achieve if they are not afraid of him? And what makes a democracy to thrive, to be good, is having a very constructive opposition. If we have a constructive opposition in a democracy, then you now see that democracy thrives. Without opposition, there will be no check and balances against the ruling party. It's the opposition that makes them stand up to their responsibilities. Because the opposition will continue to point out where they are not doing well. And it tends to spur them to do better than they have done. And that's exactly what opposition does. The opposition guarantees good governance. Opposition guarantees peace, safety. But in the case of Nigeria, opposition tends to bring up such things as intimidation, assassination, gun harassment, and all that. I wonder, let the people be mindful of what they are doing.
All right, thank you very much. And moving over to Mr. Goodhope.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, from our Punch headline, we are having Tinubu peaks diesel for pre-2027 security boost, VIGs to retire. Still on the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reportedly appointed senior police officer Olatunji Disu as part of efforts to strengthen the nation's security structure ahead of 2027. The report says the move comes alongside the planned retirement of several deputy inspectors general of police. Analysts believe the changes are aimed at repositioning the security architecture, enhancing operational effectiveness, and stabilizing the system as political activities gradually intensify nationwide.
All right. When we look at this story, IGP Ebetakum finally resigns. Mr. Ares, you are well aware that there's been court cases, controversies regarding this very appointment, him overstaying his period as is enshrined in Police Act. And I know quite well that some individual have protested over time. The likes of, what's his name? Showore and co have been protesting against this very IG of police that he should have long gone, but the president kept faith with him. Now, as is becoming a tradition with this government, people are rarely fired. People, though those who are ready for retirement, but often we see that these appointees of this administration usually retire. And I want to ask, what we're seeing here, even though a new era has begun with the appointment of Disu as the now IG of police, and there are many who will retire as a result of that. But I'm asking, this tradition, is it a way to lay off non-performing appointees of Mr. President, where they are given the latitude to resign? They are not fired. We saw in the instance of the case of the minister that was embedded in controversies certificate controversy with University of Nigeria, Nsukka, speaking to that minister, he had to resign. And beyond him, we've seen the former Minister of Defense, resigning on his own. People resign, and I want to ask, is this becoming a pattern? And do you think IGP was forced to toe that line by resigning? Because if one is to read the body language that we saw a few weeks ago, there was no indication that he was willing to go home and rest. Then suddenly he resigns from this office and another person is appointed.
Well, you see, Nigeria has been the way it is. Resignation has always been very difficult for people. For Ebotoken, he was supposed to be out of office when he became 60. It was contested, but the presidency elongated. They now had to take a precautionary move by elongating. Otherwise, he's supposed to have been gone. But meanwhile, the official statement says he had family issues to attend to, and that's exactly why he resigned.
Sorry to cut in.
Former
APC chairman Ganduje had health issues to attend to.
Yes, that's exactly the official statements. And these are official statements on why these resignations were done. But outside the official, Grover had it that he was asked to go after looking at certain things and the way the police architecture has been going, especially with the numerous banditry, unchecked banditry attacks on the citizens of Nigeria. So we all know that, and he's been asked to resign. They now looked at how and who will fit in, who will be maybe a square peg for a square hole. They looked and went and found an AIG that had over 15 DIGs on top of him, and they made him the acting Inspector General of Police. So by that, the tradition demands that these DIGs will naturally resign, not to begin to take orders from a much junior police officer that's been elevated. So it is on honor. It is not compulsory they should resign. It is not compulsory if you have not served out your term.
But it's not tenable where
thank you, that's exactly what I'm saying. But it is not compulsory. You see, it is not compulsory, but it's a tradition that you cannot continue to be under your junior, when your junior has been elevated to become. It happens also in the military. So we're expecting, but they will only resign when Tunji Disu will be confirmed through a letter which the president will write and send it to the National Assembly for confirmation. They will only resign after confirmation. When he's still an acting, the chances are that even the DIG, any of the DIGs could still come to become the Inspector General of Police.
All right, thank you very much. But looking at this appointment, Tunde Disu, and I want to ask, beyond the security challenges that we're facing, which you've rightly, alluded to as well, I want to ask, is this preparation for 2027 pool?
Of course, you can see that analysts and people who are beginning to share their views on what they think the presidency did. I've said that it is in preparation for the 2027 election. And who knows what is the preparation like? Will Tunji Disu do that assignment with uprightness? Or will he allow the factors inherent in Nigeria to overwhelm him? It is a question that will be in the mouth of so many Nigerians. Will he be upright, given the fact that if he is confirmed as IG of police, that he will take policing in Nigeria to another level. They said, according to the records available, that during the NSAS, that he actually brought in a policing that is different from what is obtained in Nigeria. He brought out ambulances to take care of those who were injured during those things, which means he has that humane spirit to do the policing, knowing that these people are people that you are supposed to police. These people are the people you are doing the police work for. Do you understand? And that's exactly why, unlike police that could turn eyes on victims of protest who will die, who are shot, who are there, but this time he brought in people to begin to take care of them. So if he still becomes Tunji Disu, who is not tied to the apron string of the person who appointed him, and who may not dance to the whims and caprices of the ruling party, I believe that we may have a better election in 2027. But if he derails, of course, the situation in Nigeria will even become worse than it were during the previous elections.
All right. We all hoping that we'll have a very better and proper election come 2027. However, without wanting to trap up the ethnic card, it's become a tradition in Nigeria that we see usually, the commander-in-chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, especially when it has to do with issues, appointments around security, looking towards their tribe.
Yes, Nigeria has continually existed under tribal sentiment. If you remove the activities of our founding fathers, the Zigs, the Awolowo, the Bellows, who were nationalists, who were patriotic Nigerians, Nigeria has since nosedived into purely ethnic Nigeria. They are confined to ethnic chauvinism. They are confined to ethnic sentiment. That is why people cried foul when Muhammadu Buhari was president. It was ethnic appointment all over. And this time, apart from certain areas, we still have very strong places being held by some ethnic colorations.
Some ethnic colorations indeed. However, one do believe and feel that these appointments, despite whatever coloration, that the interest of Nigeria should be the paramount thing here.
Of course, that is if Nigerians become Nigerians and patriotic. That is why the person from the United States remains person from the United States. And what is upmost is about the United States. Nobody talks about which tribe. That had been done, but it's all gone now. So Nigeria as a multi-ethnic nation should be able to begin to understand, and that's a major problem, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, and governed by such sentiments that are attached to ethnicity, such sentiments that are attached to religious leaning. Those sentiments have devastated this country. Those sentiments has had its own negative toll on the development of Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. But before I let you go, finally, what becomes the faith of most eminently qualified personnel, I'm using the word personnel now, to go beyond the police force and encapsulate both the army, the police, the other security agencies? What becomes the fate of other personnel from other region or ethnic groups from Nigeria who are eminently qualified to occupy such position?
Their fate is resignation. Their fate is just with the appointer in general of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The appointer in general, who appoints the chief judge, appoints the service chiefs, appoints those persons that always take stand at the hem of affairs of various sectors of our national life. The appointer in chief, their fate, the fate of all these people that are eminently qualified, that are this and that has things to do, is on the table of the appointer in chief. And it is only the appointer in chief who will, after discretion, after weighing, after looking at, that will actually show that this person from another region or from another ethnic group is more qualified than the other. So, which means that meritocracy has been eroded from our polity. That is the implication of this. It is no longer on merit. It is now based on ethnic sentiment. It is now based, but then, if it so happens that somebody from an ethnic place of the appointer in chief, of course, he is right to appoint same on merit.
Right.
But the consideration are who will do a better policing for the Nigerian people. That is the primary focus on who to appoint and how such person should be appointed. And we have not had where we put up those who we think are qualified and the reality of the people or a group of people view them as somebody who could take as people that could take responsibility and examine them and know who is most most qualified than the other. So it is the discretion of Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much. And owing to that position on Sunrise this morning, while we congratulate IGP Disu or acting IGP Disu on this meritorious or new appointment, we hope that he would discharge the the expectations of his office with the constitutional requirements as a patriot, to see that he treats all men fairly and equally, and see that we'll have a Nigeria that is well placed, more secure and better than IGP Ebatokun is leaving it behind. We wish the outgoing IGP to enjoy his retirement. And then while we look at the issue concerning the Vanguard newspaper, how we escaped assassination in Benin, Obi Oyegun, we begin to, it becomes more worrisome that despite the little political peace that we enjoy, where we've moved away from, politics ridden with violence, that we're beginning to, track back towards that era again, leading us to remember the unresolved murders like that of Lai Balogun in 2000, the assassination of Bola Ige in 2001, Ayo Daramola in 2006, that of Chief Dikibo in 2004, and Marshal Hari in 2003. These are unresolved murders, and we do not want other eminent, qualified, patriotic Nigerians, politicians and leaders to join this list of unresolved murders. Therefore, we call on our leaders and political leaders to watch and guard their utterances, as it may give credence or encourage hoodlums to take laws into their hands. And having said that, we call on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to see to it that the perpetrators of this nefarious act in Benin are brought to book, and beyond that, he should provide adequate security for eminent leaders like Peter Obi, so that this nation will not be, pushed into chaos and anarchy that may result as a result of overzealous party faithful or followers who would want to carry actions or take laws into their hand. Please, Mr. President, we beckon on you to see that beyond securing the life of every Nigerian, that these national leaders be protected, and we should encourage our party faithful across the nation to eschew violence, take the path of peace. We could, yes, disagree on party lines, but we should be alive to see that Nigeria works, because Nigeria will only be built by Nigerians. Thank you. And from that, we'll move over to the sports. We'll bring in the sports oracle to let us know what is happening in the sports world.
All right, thank you very much. And a lot of sports, a lot has been happening, and just yesterday, the Champions League round of 16 playoff had to, everything had to come together. But before we go into that, let's just see what it is and how it is in the newspaper headline of sports. What we're going to see, how it is going to be. Now, there's an exclusive interview from Ashe yet to apply for Qatar Switch World Athletics. And just going up to that, you see just one of the things we're going to look into very well are just the rumors around Arne Slot risking Liverpool's sack and Arsenal's Mikel Arteta side trying to renew Rice extension talks. So looking at Arsenal and Liverpool, these two teams are on the headline for some important side of the sports show that we're going to have today. Now, I'll also go down and see Ademola Lookman as Rogi Blancos, Bukula System Sports. Atletico Madrid are off. They are off. When I say they are off, that means they are off from the disqualification. That means they are qualified for the next round of the Champions League. And still looking at that, we're having Wolves won't go down without a fight. Wolves are already down, so when Aroko Dari says Wolves won't go down, he's a Nigerian. I trust that Nigerian undying spirit in him is speaking, and that is what we actually want to keep seeing. Today's match, we're going to look into that. Osimhen is going to face Juventus in their game today. Osimhen and the Galatasaray side, they're going to play against Juventus. Whenever I talk about Osimhen and Juventus, I always remember that Osimhen came from that side of Napoli where all of them were playing in the same league. So Juventus looks like a brother to Napoli. But we're going to see what that would happen, what will happen in that game this evening in the night as the whole thing kicks off. It says, Osimhen admires old lady ready for to win showdown. This game is going to take place over there in Juventus, and we're going to see what happens. Now, still talking about UEFA Champions League, what happened yesterday. Inter Milan are out of the Champions League. Surprisingly, Inter Milan had to, this season doesn't really look like Inter Milan, they are ready for the play of champions. I feel like there's something that happened. But then, I wanted to know if any of our commentators here have a thought on Inter Milan, one-time Champions League winners, now out of Champions League just before the next level. It's funny and it's very, very a serious thing for me looking at the people who knocked out Inter Milan. This is the Norwegian side, Bodo Glimt. Bodo Glimt are actually ready for the Champions League, and we're going to see what happens. I don't know what you think about
this is a world of football. Anything happens, and in football now you do not have minions any longer. Any team is capable of springing up surprises. And speaking to Inter Milan, yes, Inter Milan is a very big footballing club, and there's no doubt where they may have had their challenges and they have had the setback in this very season, but one expects that the Inter Milan would equally, at the end of time, be able to bounce back better than they've performed yesterday. But like I did tell you, you no longer have football minions. And you see in football these days, you may see a club from nowhere, beating the Booker's team. You understand? So these things happen in the world of soccer, but we know that Inter Milan will bounce back from that defeat.
All right. Just in the same matters around Champions League, you saw the match that happened last week with between Real Madrid and Benfica. How there was a whole lot of drama. Now I'm bringing it to you, Mr. Rex, talking about racism in football. We're thinking this thing is over just to have an allegation, and that is actually what we're looking at. Just that guy, he's not going to play today. Actually, they're going to face Benfica. So what do you think about the whole scenario?
Well, you see, football sometimes had been dominated earlier by racist attacks, but these days the governing bodies of football has taken it a serious crime to begin for anybody to make racist statements on the other, and therefore racism should not be condoned in the game of football at all.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for being with us in this newspaper edition of Sports as we are doing this on Sunrise.
All right, and moving on from the sports, we'll thank you for that sports update, and then we'll give you a little bit of update on the business world to help you monitor your investment. And we'll start from the Nigerian stock market. We'll tell you that yesterday that the Nigerian Stock Exchange took a bit of a breather, closing on a negative note after some previous bullish runs. The benchmark all share index ASI shared 1,799.07 points to shield 0.092%, dropping to a close 194,484.61 points. While the broader market dipped, the banking and industrial sector showed some resilience, bucking the trend with marginal gains. And then we did tell you that the all-share index was at 194,484.61, making a 0.92% adjustment. The market capitalization rose to 124.83 trillion naira in a total trade deals worth 72,159 deals, in the volume of 1.13 billion shares that was traded. And then when we look at the market indices, what is it that drove the market to this far? Then when we look at a sector buoyed by the banking sector, which is leading the recovery, and we'll tell you that the banking index rose by 1.23% yesterday. This sector, we said, is currently the focus of massive investor interest for two main reasons. One being the rate cut reaction. You remember that the Nigerian CBN came out with a new monetary policy rate whereby 50% basis points were reduced to 26.50%. While lower rates usually squeeze margins, investors are betting on increased credit volume and a shift of capital from fixed income back into bank equities. And then another factor is recapitalization rates, with the March 2026 deadline for the CBN's new capital requirements fast approaching. Many tier 1 banks are showing strong balance sheets. These are the things that spur investors to move their holdings towards the banking sector. And we are seeing that the top performers as per the banking sectors are led by Jaiz Bank, which is performing ultimately well, plus 10% adjustments. They are followed by FCMB, which is equally at plus 9.72% adjustment level, and then followed by Sterling Bank, which is at plus 7.50% adjustment. And then when you move on and look at the oil and gas sector, you see a steady gain in this very sector, where the oil and gas index managed a modest gain of 0.15% yesterday, continuing its strong performance from earlier in the week. And this we'll see is a result of a policy boost. You remember that the president signed an executive order which now streamlined revenue remittances and improved transparency in the sector. which has boosted institutional confidence. And again, another factor is liquidity, drivers, high value trades in Aradel Holdings, which saw over 6.4 billion naira in value traded yesterday, and Seplat Energy, continue to provide the sector with significant weight in the market. Now, taking an outlook in the market, analysts do say and expect that this sector to remain a safe haven as investors rotate out of the more volatile consumer goods and move their holdings towards the banking and the oil and gas sector. And that's all we can give you today on the business update. Thank you for staying with us on that.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure having you. I am Good Hope Chukuma.
All right, and Mr. Res Arum, Aneke TV's in-house analyst. It's a pleasure having you on Sunrise.
Thank you for
Mr.
those
incisive analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you viewer, keep watching Aneke TV.
Thank you very much. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every second changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Thank you for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you habits of issues, policies that help in shaping our nation. And tonight, we're looking at preserving language, our culture, as people may say. But every time a language or tradition fades into silence, we don't lose a window to the past. We lose a compass for the future. In Nigeria, our culture isn't a museum piece. It's the heartbeat of our resilience and the foundation of our identity. Today, aren't just talking about saving old ways. We are talking about how preserving who we are is the only way to truly know where we are going as a people. And looking at this issue from the Southeast perspective, the Igbo enclave, joining us to throw more light, informed opinion on this issue is Mazi Ikechukwu Bismarck Oji, President Igbo Efuna.
It's my pleasure
to have you.
Thank you.
All right.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Before we get into this conversation proper, what does it mean for you when we talk about preserving language?
Thank you. Firstly, as you are told by experts, a language is a living thing. As of today, Latin is dead as a language because it's no longer being spoken. So preserving language means ensuring that the language is passed on from generation to generation. That's the only way to preserve it. You know. Then in the case of our own language, Igbo language, we are trying to, because in the past, the UN gave a prediction that in some years to come, Igbo language will become extinct. I would say to Fiakwa, that if the speakers of language are alive and speak the language will not die. So Ibefla Otasubo is an NGO that has a sole agenda, which is the preservation and promotion of Igbo language. You know,
you have a sole agenda.
Yes,
preservation
and promotion
of
Igbo language. That is all.
Okay.
You know why it's so important? Language is the doorway to any culture. You get the point?
Language is the doorway
to any culture. Yes. If you see somebody and they say this person is French, you are supposed to speak French. You get the point? But even over the phone, when someone speaks, he or she speaks in a particular language, and that conveys to you an aspect of his culture. So you don't even need to see someone to feel the person's language through language. You get the point? So because of that, we realize that it's important to preserve our own language, our own identity. And what makes us Igbo is our language, first and foremost. That's why the Chinese, they are spending so much money to spread Chinese language all over the world. Like here in Neset, they have the Confucius Center for learning Chinese. They also have it at Unizik. They are doing it at their own expense because they know the importance of language. That's why today we have two international languages at the UN, English and French. But England is quite small, but you see, through their language they rule the world. That is the power of language. But I recall some years ago, this man, Dr. Ferdinand Aneke, then he was the president of Pan-African Cultural Association. He said that when they went for a meeting at the AU headquarters in Addis Ababa, so some of the experts said that in order to engender integration in Africa and have a common market or whatever, there is need for there to be one language to be used in communication. So some were pushing. I say it should be Swahili. I say it should be Hausa. So I say it should be Zulu. After all this have spoken, it was quiet. The experts said, no, if this should be achieved, then it should be Igbo language. He was shocked. Then the experts said it because the Igbos are the only people who are found all over Africa, using their language for trade and commerce. But they put in a caveat. However, it depends on whether Igbo are ready to teach others their language. So yesterday at our program, something very significant happened. You know, because normally we do this program with students, when the students are the future of any language. You get the point? On 21st of February every year is International Mother Language Day.
Yes.
But this year it fell on a Saturday. We have to bring it forward to Monday being yesterday. Then we normally have this Asom Pilo Igbo Proverbs competition.
Okay.
This year it was won by a non-Igbo girl.
A non-Igbo girl?
Treasure Bassett from Akwebom.
How is that possible?
Maybe you might need to interview her. Well, to date we are still adapting. But from all, because both her parents are Igbo people. And yes, she won the first at the hall.
Just a little. Both parents are non-Igbos.
Yes.
They are settled in Igbo land.
Yes, maybe she needs to, because to date it's a mystery.
It's a mystery to you as well?
Yes, because the person from, I think, one in secondary school she beat is a boy, a young man. And by the time she, because the way is done, like you sit in a row. I think yesterday there were like 10 schools. And the paper was about animals. Every animal at all. If it's your turn, you give one. If you fail, you go. From 10, it remained 2 of them. Half from Queens. And the young man from one secondary school. Eventually, when he tried the paper and he said no, someone else has said it. But if you repeat what someone has said, you lose out. The matter she said, okay, as your kibe, as a champion, I'll give us more proverbs. She gave like, we said you don't do. She kept giving.
Wow.
In Igbo language.
Wow.
You know? So it's because of, I remember what was said as well, whether how did the Igbo to teach others their language. You know? Was for language to grow, it must be transmitted. Okay. And the language must have what's called currency. That's like you talk of currency of money. You know what you need for language to have currency? To have a usage to be important. Was for such as no country speak Latin, but in the Catholic Church that I attend, we still use Latin for mass. Okay. Today, all over the world, English is being used for communication. So that is its currency. A language must be current to grow. If you lose your currency, you start dying.
If you lose your currency, you start dying?
Yes, as a language. Right. So, you see somebody in Igbo from Igbo, she came and won a prize here. It means Igbo language is spreading. You know? So it's important.
Excuse me. Let's get it in, let's put it in perspective. A non-Igbo girl in the heart of Igbo land defeated Igbo indigenes,
all of them,
and won the prize
for Igbo proverbs.
For Igbo proverbs.
Yeah, for secondary schools.
And you say the language is spreading and growing.
Yes.
Does it tell that the language is alive and well?
Yes.
If the indigenous people can't speak the language?
From my own perspective, it shows that the language is growing. You know why? Out of 10 schools that participated, she came first. Yeah, about Kibe. She did more than others. You know? Even the others didn't try. But somehow, she did better than them. I think the language is growing. If not, and if you girl wouldn't do so well in Igbo language. Let me give you another analogy.
Okay.
Just I also stay in Lagos. You know this word Odogu?
Yes.
Any person that does well now, they call him Odogu. But it's an Igbo word. Okay. You know? So most of the non-Igbos, they don't even understand what it actually means. To them, Odogu is a rich guy. I told them, no, Odogu doesn't mean a rich guy. Odogu is more like a Messiah. Like Christ was an Odogu. Maybe in today's Igbo can call Nandikana an Odogu. Ojuku was an Odogu. Odogu is not Ogaranya. You don't have to be rich, okay? But you should be willing to bear the cross on behalf of your people.
Okay.
You know? So, none would accept to spread Igbo language. What we're asking of them is that please they should spread the positive ones, not more than Oborogwego or Ebana Konshi. You understand? There's so much rich things about your town, or my town anyway, that can be spread. You get the point? So, we should not dwell on the wrong ones. If you watch African Magic, check African Magic Yoruba. They have more content than African Magic Igbo. You know? So I'm saying, like what I use in American people, for us to grow our language, the easiest way to support the Igbo language workers, those who earn their living from Igbo language.
Who are these people?
Teachers who teach Igbo language. Okay. Because that's how they feel. So they are bound to protect it.
Okay.
You see, journalists, like those who the broadcasters on ESBS and other radios that speak in Igbo, is their language, is their job. So they are about to make it to do it to follow it so that they can earn a living. See the actors who act movies in Igbo, You see, like I'm sure you see remember Tony Bessie. Over 3 decades ago, we went to have another Tony Bessie. But through him, we have Igbo language literature. You get the point? Poets, all those who write in Igbo language have on the oral subo. Sorry, you know about comedy. If I'm asking not to name comedians who use English language, you can name 30. But if I not say those who use Igbo language, I don't know what I can count of them. So, but that's how the language should grow.
Okay.
You get the point? Right. And I see another thing too. Igbo language games. The other time I saw, okay, my head what?
Yes.
Okay, that's Igbo. So of having star, you have the amounts of animals. Ago. Okay, let's make it over ago.
Okay.
Over mother.
Okay.
I also see the chere.
Okay.
But I know why for a language to be learned by the children, it should be played, not work.
All right.
Yeah, that's why they have all these lullabies.
Okay. But Mazi, for us to be able to track back a bit,
okay,
let me ask. One may think that why you're involved in this advocacy or NGO is because you've cited something wrong with the Igbo language. You've seen that there is a challenge. And what was that challenge that you noticed which you wanted to fill the void?
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, behind the challenge. Okay,
Okay.
What I read in school is engineering, electrical electronics engineering. I'm a Korean certified engineer. I'm like Korean. I worked in PSC and that's now EDC. Avenue. But then, even while working as an engineer at NEPA, which is like a doctor working in a hospital, I felt incomplete. I felt unfulfilled, until I got involved in this issue of Igbo language, which actually happened 10 years ago. This is like the 10th year. You get the point? Because as I keep telling people, Igbo were like, the big masquerade. No, make it until someone tapped and say, let me know you are the jelly, and he started dancing. Why I say this? Our language is, most people say Igbo is the hardest. It's not true. Because you know why? In Igbo language, what you write is what you speak. Unlike Yoruba, unlike Hausa. Like, take for instance now, in Yoruba they say, Ibadan. But if you want to pronounce it, be like Ibadan. Right?
Yeah.
But in Igbo, the way it's written is the way it's pronounced. You get the point?
That's a unique advantage.
Yes, sir. So it's easier for non-Igbos even to learn. But Igbos will always claim our language is the hardest. It's not so. Then we're the richest. You know why? I hope you know that alphabets are the foundation of any language. They are the building blocks. Yoruba has 16 alphabets. Yoruba have Z in their language. English has 26. Igbo has 36. So once you see really the way it's written, it's okay. Just we need to get the acad, that's the tonal markings. Then you are good to go. Then as for words, there are so many words. In fact, we are even richer. Like I was trying to tell someone, say that we keep maybe trying to create words. I say yes, a language is like a limited, it grows. If you watch every year, this language we speak, every year, if you look at the Oxford dictionary, they have new words, and some go extinct. You get the point? Like today, they had about Mahadum University, right? Yes. What do they call it in Yoruba? Today, I'm going to Can't Yoruba, but Hausa. You get the point? So a language is made to grow. I have new words. That's where a language grows. So it's natural. So I'm saying, now Igbo, why I can tell us I have to buy. I'm we don't know what to have. That's why we could be trying to evidence who are better than. If I'm to say, I say, like we say in pidgin, more cannot find but a mama like them. Yorubas, what they have of their language, they try to push it, but to have much more better things. Even as for our vocabulary, because I did my research in Yoruba land in Osun State. I stay in Lagos, so I can compare both languages. I know that ours is much richer. But I'm the Banganga and Kaya Banganga. That's our problem. That's why I came into to say, let us realize what to have. Because if you don't know what you have, how can you then tell it to others?
All right, Mazi Bismarck, if I keep listening to you, I'd want to dance when you're speaking. But let me ask. The Igbos, you say they are doing well. But when you place it side by side, the language and they are doing well, would you say that the language is doing well like the Igbos are doing well all over the world? I say this to say, it's only the Igbos that I usually see, even when they've rarely traveled beyond the Igbo land, you see them speak the Queen's English. Their children also speak the impeccable Queen's English, but they hardly communicate in the mother tongue.
Yes, I will give you a small story. One of our patrons, he told us this story. He's a big man, a king of some part of his domestic staff. He asked them they should be speaking Igbo. So the moment they said they conspire, say this man, he doesn't want to talk Igbo. When I you see the common sense. His children are overseas. He doesn't want our own children to go overseas. That's why he doesn't want us to speak English. No, we will not speak Igbo, we will keep speaking English. No, what are they even speaking English? It's pidgin. But this king, his children, they speak not just Igbo, but in his own local dialect. So, madam, is an issue of mindset. You know, my children, you know, from what I have seen, one of them in school, they learn French, they learn English. They don't stop me from speaking Igbo, they have my own dialect. So, as I say that at a young age, children can give him here to 4 or 5 languages. So, I don't mean that if you pick Igbo, you drop English. No. Your brain can process all. I know why this thing is called mother tongue. It serves as a basis for you to appreciate other languages. That's why when we are doing French in school, because I also know French, we were taught to think in French. You get the point? So a mother tongue is important, but it's not giving you a basis. It will not give you. That's also when we are doing French. We are taught civilisation et couture français. Yeah, French civilization and culture. If you learn any language, you also need to learn their culture so as to properly posit the language. But a language does not exist in a vacuum. It's an aspect of a people's culture.
All right. For want of time, Mazi, let me ask. You've been in this advocacy, and one may tend to want to know what are the challenges you've encountered, not with the outside world, but within Igbo land, in terms of prospering this language.
Thank you. Firstly, the challenge have been policy shift. Like I recall, that was in 2016 or 2018, during that time of Python dance, okay? And then the Southeast governors, when they had their meeting, they had a 2-point agenda. Number one was on Nanikano. The other one was they agreed to promote Igbo language. But see them almost 10 years now. What have they done to get that done? It means they realize its importance, but maybe they are lost as to how to go about it. So government policy is important. That's why Ohaneze, of course, I'm also a national officer of Ohaneze. I'm the deputy national publicity secretary. All right. Then this current president general Senator John Azotambata is from Rivers and Ikuremani. I keep telling people that Ikure is a dialect of the Igbo language. You get the point? You have done more to promote Igbo language.
Ikure is a dialect of the Igbo language.
Yes. You know that. But before he became PG, under Nyawodo, the secretary general was from Ikure also. You know? Yes. I say this because I understand various Igbo dialects. You get the point? Ikure is not even the hardest dialect. At least I understand Agbo. I understand Isa. So if you look at all of them, you get the point? They are all dialects. I think they're from Olugoske.
I'm from Ehalmona.
Ehalmona. Okay, because you're okay. So if you look at even your own dialect, if you speak now, maybe someone from Udi might not get all. But you get part of it. That is the fact. I think Igbo has the highest number of dialects more than any other language I can tell you. You get the point? If you go to Rivers, you have a so which to me is the hardest.
Okay.
You get the point? But they are Igbo dialects. So what did he do? Currently, we are trying to show the issue of government policy. So Ohaneze has now instead a professorial chair in the 7 Igbo states. Well, apart from the south is with 5 states. You also think of Delta and Rivers. Okay? So in those 7 states, where university was picked, where a professorial chair was set up for the study, research, and promotion of Igbo language and culture under him, through him. And the fund has been set aside 15 million to get that done.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Yes, you know why? Because of the importance which this man attaches to. You know why he's doing that? Brother, language is a bond. It's like blood. You know what makes an Ikurema and Igbo man is the Asusu. Like in Ikurema dialect, they say Mda. So if I say Mda, they say I speak. I say no, I'm from nowhere. Nobody I say Mda, not Kedu. And in the you say Mda, you say Odoma. In Ikurema, you say Mda, they say Obroma. It's something. You get the point? Yeah. So the easiest way to create a bond is through your language.
Right.
You get the point? That brings you together. And then most importantly, sorry, we are talking of the challenges and how to overcome them. That's why I came to this point. Again, I now realize the issue of because you cannot teach when you have teachers. There's a problem why even in this Enugu especially among the private schools. There's a good number of teachers, Igbo teachers are members in Igbo. So I got this report. Now they teach English at Igbo. They now teach Igbo with English language. How can that work?
How is that possible?
I did French. I was taught French with French. You get the point? But now because maybe the kids that they are Igbo, they don't even know how to speak Igbo. So whatever you say in Igbo, you must also say it in English. So how will such a student take Igbo in WAEC? So it's a problem. So I'm saying the government must invest. It shouldn't be lip service, okay? The government must invest in teacher education. I'm going to raise that issue with RPG. You're not giving us an assignment. Ibefula should partner with Ohanese to evolve ways of trying to give scholarship both to current teachers and to students who want to study Igbo language. You know why it's important? I discovered that most of them who are Igbo teachers, they are there because they didn't get other courses. Because I interact with them. Imagine somebody going to Igbo. Just about the course I Igbo on a class. On the phone, how are you? You told me, how are you? Because she doesn't have that zeal. Maybe what you go now, but here we just go Igbo. So it's just for her to feed. But me, I'm an engineer, certified. I'm doing it because I'm doing it to be it's my passion. I can give anything. I can give an arm or leg because it drives me. So from secondary school, if that's what we want to do now, you go for a partnership with Ohanese, okay? If you get people who have that zeal to study Igbo out of passion, they will be given scholarship to go and study Igbo in the university. On the caveat that if they come out, they will go and teach, you know. And then, if you look at teachers, around 4 times, because I have an Igbo online newspaper, Adapohoha, I write news in Igbo and in English. The time it takes to, if I use 10 minutes to write a story in English, and I use at times an hour to write one in Igbo. You know why? Because there are words I want to translate. By the time I go online to the this one they have online. Because let me say, of course I'm an expert. It's not bragging. Here I get jobs for translation from overseas and I get them done. So some of the things that they have on Google, I know it's wrong, then I will not use it. And I have to think, I have to start calling our members all over the world until I get a right word. So I'm saying we need better teachers. You know, and already is already trying to get with us a proposal to ensure that these teachers, they know what they're doing. Right. Because if the teachers are not good, then you will not produce good students. Then more importantly again, the government has another job too, to ensure that in every school you employ teachers. You know why? Because something I do at the home, now how can we? You get the point? Well, if they see that maybe they say now that any Igbo teacher will have an extra allowance, people will rush there. Was so the government has so much to do. I remember in the past, even in the House of Assembly here, maybe on Wednesdays they speak Igbo. Yesterday the speaker wasn't there because he told me they are going for a conference of speakers in Abuja. But the chairman House Committee on Education on the Wednesdays was there. So we would like to see a session whereby maybe on Wednesdays or one day of the week the house Igbo. Okay. Let's put it to practice.
All right, Mazi, ingebegenti, adum kantebe tebe, mana makoge. Because of time, let me ask you this before I let you go on this very segment, because I would want you to promise us that you come back where we have an extensive and expansive time to cover all the nitty-gritties around this very issue. But let me ask, given everything that you've said about the Igbo language, fostering unity among the native speakers in the Igbo, why is it that we still have issues with our brothers across the Niger, and those of them are the rivers? Not every Ikwe man agrees that he's an Igbo man, and when you go across the Niger, the same scenario applies.
I think I'll tell you the reason. They are all followers of the war. We're not there from history. You know, I already had a precursor called the Igbo State Union. Among the founders, even the first secretary was Chief Dennis Osadebe from Asaba. You get the point? So then, wherever you are an Igbo man. But it was after the war, some of them, like even in Nollywood, you know Stella Damasus, she has an Igbo name, but they had to change to that, is it Damasus or Sauce or whatever, just to be alive. It is human instinct. You get the point? So the war did us so much harm. I keep telling people, if we lost it, if there's any people that lost from the war, we lost more. Before the war, one day, only the Koko, From the war, we now learn so much criminality, which we are still fighting to date. That's where our business got challenged. Even the Ikure people, like this issue of room also, there were no rooms before the war, because like they keep telling us to date, even the PG, they are Igbos, but they are from rivers, so they are from a particular environment. You understand? So we should always make that room for them, because they don't exist in a whole Igbo state, so they are interacting with others. So I'm saying that's why we thank God that the PG today is an Ikure man. Okay. I'm not just any man, but one of the greatest Igbo sons, Ikure sons, who made a good number of the media past governors, and he has that large heart. Okay, that's why he's putting his money, not even waiting for Hanese to do, because Hanese, after that, we don't have the funds, because we are more or less an NGO. But whatever has to do with Igbo language, that's why he said Ikure is a dialect of the Igbo language. But I know why. Language is the unifying factor. That's why if you meet an Aboki now, maybe down the Iranians, sorry, Hausa now, okay, Bego. You know that. Then Igbo, if you want to know the power of Igbo language, go overseas. Like one of my friends told me last time, he had a business to do with some guys. When they were talking, he turned to his brother. Not just Igbo, have entered their dialect. The other ones, they got lost. You get the point? Which brings me to another side. People keep asking, which Igbo is Ube? This Central Igbo or our dialect? For me, it's like the issue of the egg and the chicken. They're both important. You know why? If you go back in history, there was a time we had two schools of thought. One school of thought said we should have Igbo Ube led by FC Obalo. The other one said, no, let every right evolve their own pace led by Chile Achebe. And for me, they are both necessary. You know why? They both reinforce each other. Any word you have in Igbo Ube, we're a dialect to your like Maza and Okuta, Bukwaro. Equal each other, Okwiri. You understand me? And so I look at what issue. I know in the Igbo there's no word for dam. But if you go to rivers, among some Yoruba, because they have rivers in their place now, they have big bodies of water. So they have what they call a dam, edge. So instead of trying to find another word, let's take from that place. So that they will then build, they have Igbo. So that's why we need the dialects and the Central Igbo, so that it will help to enrich our vocabulary. Because they maybe they use me. Like before I done actually could bridge, so now I'm really. I don't but I better buy one of the I never go. I just my demo go for go so but je. Let's say I bridge back family, care about flavor. You have to go. But I say them say that I go. That's why we need the dialects to be alive. But they feed the central Igbo language. Is that way, man? Every other language.
All right. Mazi, you've spoken quite well. But before I let you go, I'm receiving signal already. In 1 minute, what will you tell to our Igbo brothers, our Igbo kids and kin out there listening to you now?
Ndewo. Nkembo. Na mmemme kamera nya isiokwu ya bụ nnewu na-ata agbara. Ụmụ ya na-eme anya n'ọnụ. Dị nne, ụmụ abụọ ka kacha rụọ ọrụ maka ịkpata asụ Igbo. Biko, isi Igbo anaghị eme ifere. Ka wuri asụ Igbo anaghị eme ngala maka na Chukwu adịghị ọzụzụ na wee bụrụ ndị Igbo. Gwa nwatakịrị, gbaa mbọ mụta asụ Igbo. Anyị anaghị mere ya, nwatakịrị a, ọ dara nnukwu ego. Onye ka onye ka Igbo, ndị mmadụ bido megide, wee tụgharịa ego. Maka gịnị na ha mma asụ Igbo, mara ilu Igbo. Ya, ịma asụ Igbo, ọ bụrụ na ibi tibere ya mara ọ ga-akwara gị ụzọ. Ya, ebe nwatakịrị mụta asụ Igbo n'ihe dị ya, uru dị ya. Ndewonu.
All right, so Ndewo. Thank you very much, Mazi Ikechukwu Bismarck Oji, the president, Igbo NGO. Thank you very much for speaking with us, and that's the much we can take today on The Insight. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. move with the world.
Morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Today, we'll look into an issue concerning women in Nigeria. Women in Nigerian politics are rising but remain shackled by deep-rooted bias and exclusion. The silenced voices carry the unstoppable power to ignite transformative change. Today, we'll break the chains and demand for a future where Nigerian women lead boldly and reshape our democracy for good. Leading this vital charge is Dr. Ijeoma Ofo, Director of the UDI 2030 project, former Special Secretary on Media and Publicity to the local UDI, Local Government Chairman, and Administrative Secretary of the Enugu West Academy, an initiative sponsored by Senator Sita Ungu, Senate Minority Whip. Together, we will spotlight the plight of women in Nigerian politics. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Dr. Ijeoma, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Let's just get straight into it.
That's good.
The plight of women in Nigerian politics. And I want to kick things rolling by asking, what do you think truly holds Nigerian women back from stepping into politics? Is it fear? Is it a cultural issue? Or is it the system itself?
Thank you for that question. But right before I answer that, I'd like to say Nigerian women are not akin to fear.
Okay.
But the challenge is hinged on a lot of diversities, a lot of things that play in the cultural environment we find ourselves. Like I say, Nigerian women are not hinged on fear. But the problem we have in the Nigerian environment, politics as of today in Nigeria, is having a load of masculinity.
Okay.
We have a whole lot of masculinity, a whole lot of cultural bias, a whole lot of religious bias, which to a great extent affects the ability of women to be allowed to include themselves in politics, even after some, some policies have been brought up to include women into politics. But you know that there's a difference between laying down a policy and execution of the same policy. So it wouldn't be fair. It is a lot of other factors, such as what I mentioned: cultural bias, religious bias, and the indoctrination of the inferiority of women in the society.
Okay. All right. I would have wanted to toe a certain line, but you did mention a whole lot, talking about the issue of masculinity. Yeah. Can you throw a little light on this very issue?
Yes, the political presentation of leadership and politics in Nigeria as of today favors the masculine gender more in terms of financial inclusion and financial ability for people to get in elective positions, especially. Okay, then a lot of arrangements are favoring the masculine gender. When you talk about the fact that if any woman has to be involved in politics or something, before you see that woman really go far, there is usually a level or a history of her, will I use the word inclination to a masculine figure in the political party or in the political line or in the political corridor. So there is that masculinity and the domiciled patriarchy in Nigeria, I would say Africa, but because maybe sometime along our discussion I'm going to tell you the ranking of Nigeria in female inclusion in politics. The masculinity, the patriarchal system of Nigerian politics is extremely it's not overemphasized, but it's extremely high. You know, it shows in the disposition of the males in and outside politics to seeing women inclusion in politics. So that's why the masculinity is overbearing.
All right. I would love to subsequently toe that line of that hierarchy that you did mention, but I want to ask, how can we make women begin to see politics as a space for change, not just a game for men?
Women in Nigerian political sphere right now, this is 2025, actually a great number of women in my interaction and in my communication seem to actually know that they should participate.
Okay.
They are actually aware. Women, an average Nigerian woman is politically aware.
Okay.
But the problem lies in their being able to be politically included. Actually, not just as a token, not just giving women appointed positions, or once in a while allowing women to get involved in elected position as a token, as you're just doing them a favor, instead of a substantive move. Because when it becomes a substantive move, you are actually making a room for women. Because no matter how we want to play it, the system in Nigeria is highly patriarchal.
Okay.
So women are willing, women are aware, women are ready, but given a favorable situation, that is only when you now see more women inclusive or included in Nigerian politics.
Okay, given a favorable
condition.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Doctor. There are a whole lot of issues you are unraveling here that
absolutely,
maybe if we have time we'll begin to unravel them one by one.
That's
but
fine.
Let's journey along. We want to ask, do you believe Nigeria is ready for female leaders, or are we still battling those deep-rooted gender issues that you talk about? Because I've heard you talk about patriarchy, I've heard you talk about masculinity and all that.
Nigeria, as at 2025, as that we are right now, Nigeria is ready. Nigeria as a nation is ready and will gain more if they have more women in politics in very decisive and significant level of political inclusion. Nigeria as a nation. But the question goes beyond just Nigeria as a nation, because you know Nigeria as a nation has a lot of diversities. So the question might have to go down to, are the Nigerian power brokers ready and willing to have more Nigerian women in politics? But Nigeria as a nation is actually ripe to have Nigerian women more included in politics.
Okay. Now that we're talking about this issue, let's talk about the kind of support you feel that women need. Talk about financial, talk about moral, structural support to be able to compete fairly in Nigerian politics.
The Nigerian situation is made in such a way. I mentioned patriarchy.
Yes.
Patriarchy disposes men to inheritance. Yeah. In as much as a young man may not be very, will I say the word, very industrious or very rich personally, by the demise of his father, who is better off, he automatically has an inheritance, and that inheritance might put him in a wealthy stance, and by that way he is better off than the average Nigerian female.
Okay.
Secondly, in a whole lot of places, you might not believe that there are so many places that still favor education of young men over that of young women. It's still happening in Nigeria. And some places where there is education of young women, it is limited to a particular level of education, because some young women are still being educated just to have a basic understanding of reading and writing so that they can be good housewives, you know. And some form of empowerment in terms of jobs and will I say skill empowerments are not still available for women. So some of these things lined up are things that delimit the potentials of women to be earners, you know, at par with their male counterparts. Another part of what kind of keeps women at low earning potential is a young lady earns possibly only to the level that the father permits. Then a young married woman or a generally married woman earns about what the husband permits. So you see that generally the earning potentials of an average Nigerian woman is still at the control of the males in her life. So that is what kind of keeps a whole lot of women away from being able to seek for forms, get mobilization for followership. These are financially these are things that demand financial inclusion. Okay. You know, you spend money to buy the form, you spend money to move from state to state, you spend money to do some consultation. I'm not talking about illegal funding, but there are some basic things that you're going to spend money on. So just imagine a young lady who has very minimal level of education, who has very minimal skill, who has very minimal earning. She wouldn't be able to start off that, let alone having a level of involvement before the party will now see you and start identifying with you. So there's a lot of things holding back an average Nigerian woman.
Okay. For the sake of argument, we may want to toe the line that it is finance rather than the male or masculinity that is excluding women from participation.
Finance is a great factor given.
Okay.
It is a great factor given.
Okay.
Because when you're not taking from the men, you can actually still go ahead and fight, you know, tooth and nail and do your best. Let's now say later the religious and cultural bias could now eventually stop you. So finance, from what I narrated earlier, is a great determinant.
Okay.
It's a very, very great determinant.
Okay, but doctor, I can argue, let's say that in 2025 that the male folk, the Nigerian male, are willing and have allowed women to thrive shoulder to shoulder with them in Nigerian politics. Let's talk about, just to mention a few names, talk about Uche Kunife, who is in Anambra election that is coming up next tomorrow, right? You talk about Senator Natasha Boti. You talk about Senator King Gibe. These are women who are competing shoulder to shoulder with men in the halls of Nigerian politics today.
I would love to appreciate your stance, but remember, these are women that have over the years shown a great level of resilience to the greatest level. For instance, Natasha has withstood one of the greatest level of obstructions, will I use the word. Some years ago, she was reported to have withstood a great level of abuse, up to the extent that the IG of police had to delineate some people, made some pronouncements. So these women have stood their ground over years. Great kudos to them. But would it interest you that out of the 109 senators in the chambers, how many are women? We don't have up to 9 of them as women. So you see that the ratio is still a very far cry from what it should be, considering the 30% gender inclusion that the National Gender Policy, you know, tried to include, considering the 1995 Beijing Conference of Women. Considering that, we're still a very far cry from the 30% inclusion, because there's no means, by any means possible, 9 senators, female senators, can never be 30% of 109. So we're still a very far cry. Like I said before, great kudos to the strong women who have stood their grounds, and great kudos to the male figures who have considerably helped and supported them, because I know that there are men in their lives that have helped. They're not doing all of that all alone. So, but we still have a long way to go in gender inclusiveness.
Okay. I would want to ask a certain question in line with the successful women that we all have. But now that you mentioned the issue of 30% inclusivity, we can grant it to the political parties that they keep their doors open, make their forms available for women, but we only see less than 9, as you mentioned. So we can argue that this is issue that has to do with the female gender rather than the opportunity available and the male counterpart.
I would love to agree to an extent and disagree to an extent.
To what extent?
I agree to an extent that it is made available, but I would like to use the word supposedly.
Okay, can you explain?
Because when you make the forms available and the playing grounds are not the same, the inclusiveness cannot be assured.
Okay.
Because there are some political and religious and cultural undertones still existent. That is why, thanks to the state governments, Barrister Peter Mba and the President Tinubu, there seems to be more women in appointive positions than in elective.
Okay.
And why did they still go back to appointing those women? Because they know that those women have been excellent and have been good. But why is there that lacuna in having women in the elective position? Is because even though it seems that the forms are there available, but most of these women, I come from the grassroots, some of those political undertones actually make some of these women, they do not believe that it's actually free eventually. So some of them would love to count their losses before they actually lose so much.
Okay. You know, now that we're talking about it, permit me to move off script. I want to ask, you've been around these very issues, politics, advisory, and all that. How has Dr. Ijeomofo been able to thrive around this domain?
It's not been easy. One of the things that stands any woman out is uniqueness and being focused.
Okay.
And you have to be driven.
Okay.
But you have to also understand that this is a dominantly patriarchal situation where you have to over excel for you to even be noticed. And when you're over excelling, it has a dual effect. Sometimes it brings you to the limelight and favors you. Sometimes it makes you look like you're overzealous, you're doing too much. But it still boils down to, I'll still flick back to a kind of a religious undertone. Whatever is your own, if God wants you to have it, you might as well have it. Okay. So every woman in Nigeria right now will tell you that it is not the same as you have in the Western world. You are practically over-assessed. Before you see any woman having an elective position, oh God, she must have done so much. It takes an exceptional woman with exceptional male folks around her for you to see her succeed in elective position in the present day Nigeria.
Okay. All right. Very well said. I want to ask, how do we get women, successful women like yourself, around this domain to encourage other women to step into the arena?
If the political arena is made sane and milder.
When you say milder?
Milder. Let it not be a do or die affair. Women want to serve, but they don't want to lose their lives and leave their children motherless just to serve.
Okay.
Because there are certain times when our political sphere seems very chaotic, you know. So a lot of women wouldn't want to be trapped in the excessive chaos. In as much as we'd love to call ourselves a developing or a developed country, we still have a lot to learn from the Western world in terms of election process, campaign process, party primaries process, we still have a long way. When the party candidate selection is sane, the process is sane, you lose, you congratulate the person who won. When it is sane, when the campaign process is sane,
Doctor,
is
there a time that
we can get to that point? There is election ongoing in some parts of the United States of Nigeria.
Yes.
And there are videos and pictures coming out. You don't see ruckus, you don't see chaos. If we, as a nation, want to get there, it's about the will. Okay. We can actually get there.
All right. Let's ask, what practical steps do you think the political parties should do to encourage more women to come in through the door?
The political parties should be willing to do what they say they will do. They should be willing to make the women included, because you don't just say and not do. There are some political parties that women picked the form of just deputy governor, and the same political party trolled the women and they dropped their nomination forms. So these political parties, the persons, the stakeholders, the leadership should be willing to live by their word. If we say we want to have just a minimal of 30% inclusiveness in women, it should be seen in the picking of the form. For instance, there was a time in Udi, my local government, when we had some forms to be picked, and the local government chairman then insisted that out of the 10 forms, 3 must be women.
Okay.
If the party leadership insists, it can be done.
Okay. All right. For want of time, I want to ask, in a nutshell, UDI 2030 project, what is it about?
It's about actualizing a great level of industrialization and development indices in UDI by the year 2030 across council chairman, across House of Assembly speakers. Each year we remind whoever comes into party leadership or council leadership in UDI that we have a mandate to transform UDI local government by the year 2030, aligning with the state government's initiative at that point. Because whatever we're doing at the local government, we always align with the state's initiative at that point. And the council chairman of UDI at this moment, Engineer Hajinu Sago, is aligning with the Tomorrow is Here initiative of Governor Pitamba to make sure that by 2030 we have community partnership in UDI 2030 project. We have corporate partnership. Right now, by November, we're going to have Abuja Summit. Abuja is UDI and Eziaga and some parts of UDI, Enugu North and some parts of Enugu South. The summit of this year is education and skill development. These are community-run projects, so that by 2030, no student in UDI does not have a school bag, books, school shoes, well-kitted. We have community persons raising up schools, ICT portfolios in schools, ICT things in school. So many projects going on. That is what UDI 2030 encapsulates.
All right. Dr. Ijoma, there are women, or let's say young girls, who who've been watching women like you that dream of one day leading or becoming part of the leaders. What advice do you have for such young women?
Politics is everywhere. It runs our lives. Even if you say you don't want to handle partisan politics, you are eventually going to leave it in the hands of other people. So if you're smart, if you're intelligent, if you're a community developer, if you're a community influencer, it had better be in your hands to fix whatever happens in your environment. And there is no better way of doing it than getting involved in the politics, because politics is a daily.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. And here are the headlines. Tinubu orders peace between Benue Governor Alia and SGF Akume. 50,000 police constables begin screening from March 9, 2026. Amnesty International accuses Kano Governor Yusuf of silencing critics. And here are the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has intervened in the political crisis within the All Progressive Congress in Benue State. He called on Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, and Governor Hyacinth Alia to reconcile and work together. The president spoke at the Renewed Hope Ambassador Strategic Summit in Abuja. He said internal unity is essential for the party and for faster economic progress across the country. The crisis in Benue began as a political power struggle over control of APC structures at ward and local levels. Parallel congresses and rival party executives have divided the state chapter. Former Attorney General Michael Nduaka has backed the president's call. He urged Governor Alia to meet with Akume and restore peace without fear of political labels. The focus now is on whether both leaders will agree to the truce. Plateau State Governor Caleb Muftwang has ordered a security crackdown after a deadly attack in the Ratatis community of Barakin Ladi. At least 10 people were killed in what the governor described as barbaric and senseless assault. The order comes just after a mass burial for 9 victims where grieving families and local leaders called for stronger protection. The governor directed security teams to find and arrest those responsible. Local youth groups claimed warnings about possible violence were ignored. They renewed calls for a strict ban on open grazing, saying it fuels conflict across the state. Parts of the state capital, Jos, went into voluntary lockdown. Shops closed and lectures were cancelled due to fear of reprisals. Security patrols have increased, but tension remains high as government works to restore calm. Troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast, part of Federation Operation Hadinkai, have intercepted a truck carrying supplies for insurgents in Borno State. The vehicle was stopped on the Madugumeri-Gubo Road early Monday. 3 suspects believed to be members of Boko Haram and ISWAP were arrested. The military seized a large amount of textile fabrics used for making uniform clothing by fighters. Other items recovered included Hilux tire tubes, spare parts for motorcycles and bicycles, cutlasses, and 3 concealed mobile phones. Authorities say this disrupts insurgent logistics ahead of planned attacks. The suspects are now in custody for interrogation. The operation highlights ongoing military efforts to cut off supply routes and weaken insurgents' capabilities in the Northeast. The Department of State Services have arrested the 6th suspect linked to the 2022 attack on St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, Ondo State. The attack killed more than 40 worshippers and left many injured. The suspect, identified as Sani Yusuf, was arrested in the Iguosa community of Edo State after years on the run. He was a high-profile ISWAP commander, according to security sources. Yusuf has reportedly confessed to planning and taking part in the Owo Church massacre. He also admitted involvement in the other terrorist attacks, including the 2022 Suleja military barracks attack and kidnappings in Kaduna State. 5 other suspects are currently being prosecuted by the DSS. The arrest marks a significant breakthrough in the long investigation into the Owo attack. The Police Service Commission has announced that physical and credential screening for 50,000 Nigerian Police Force Constable recruits will begin on 9th March 2026. The exercise will run until 18th April 2026 across the country. Applicants who passed online registration must check their status and print required documents from the recruitment portal. These include the invitation slip, guarantor's form, and screening forms. Candidates must present original credentials such as national identity number, O-level certificates, age declaration, and state of origin certificate. They must dress in white t-shirt, shorts, stockings, and canvas shoes on their screening date. The PSC reiterated that the recruitment is free and transparent. Applicants were warned to avoid scammers and impostors, as anyone found defrauding candidates will be prosecuted. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has launched a review of allegations of child abuse and misconduct in Nigerian daycare centers. The move follows heated social media discussions linked to old posts by a well-known singer. NAPTIP said it takes all reports of child abuse seriously. The agency is asking anyone with credible evidence about misconduct in daycare facilities to come forward. Once specific reports are received, NAPTIP says it will carry out full investigations and hold anyone found culpable to account. The agency stressed that misinformation should be avoided. Officials said the issue highlights broader concerns about child safety in early years environments. They urged the public to focus on reforms that protect children. The Enugu State Governor, Peter Mbah, says technology and innovation are central to the state's development. He spoke at the opening of the second Enugu Tech Festival held at the International Conference Center, Enugu. Dr. Mbah said the world-class economy is driven by ideas, data, and digital systems. He highlighted efforts by his administration to strengthen infrastructure, digital services, and security with tech integration. The governor also noted improvements in education with digital learning and innovation hubs for youth. He encouraged young people to explore careers in AI, robotics, cybersecurity, and other tech fields. Speakers at the event, including Nigerian Communications Commission officials and tech leaders, praised Enugu's progress. They urged youths to take advantage of opportunities in the growing tech ecosystem. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu calls for peace between Benue Governor Alia and SGF Akume. Screening for 50,000 police constables starts March 9, 2026. Then coming up shortly, Amnesty International alleges Kano Governor Yusuf silencing critics. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, we want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Amnesty International has raised serious concerns about the rising repression in Kano State. The human rights group says critics of Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf are being intimidated or arrested by security agencies, including the Department of State Services. The organization described a disturbing pattern of harassment that it says is aimed at silencing dissenting voices. Cases cited include the alleged abduction of university student Abba Ibrahim Hussein and the detention of social media influencer Saifulahi Abubakar over satirical video. Amnesty emphasized that freedom of expression is a basic human right. The group said satire and criticism of public officials should not be treated as crimes, and warned that a climate of fear is developing in the state. Amnesty has called on the federal authorities to intervene and uphold democratic freedoms. There is no official response from the Kano State government or the DSS regarding these allegations. Tension has escalated in the Oshobo as residents of Ilupeju community protested against plans to block their only access road. Carrying placards and chanting, protesters appealed to Governor Ademola Adeleke to halt the government's proposed closure. Residents say the road serves more than 4,000 people and is their only safe entry. They warned that closing it would create security and emergency response problems for the neighborhood, which is home to thousands of homes. The dispute stems from a land ownership conflict involving a revocation notice and a reallocation of land to new owners without community consultation. Ministry officials say the road was not officially sanctioned as a public road. In response, the Commissioner for Lands said he has visited the site and is working on a compromise. He promised a solution that will maintain access for Ilupeju residents while respecting adjacent government land boundaries. A suspected cable thief has died after being electrocuted while vandalizing a transformer substation in Awka, Anambra State. The incident happened early Tuesday on Ogechukwu Street following a loud explosion. Residents found the man's body near the damaged substation. He was reportedly dressed in a security uniform and had already cut several power cables before the fatal high-voltage discharge. First Power Electricity Distribution Company confirmed the individual was tampering unlawfully with the network. The Anambra State Police Command has removed the body and opened an investigation into the incident. First Power has urged residents to report suspicious activity around power infrastructure. The company said vandalism not only causes danger but also leads to prolonged outages across communities. A delegation from the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology has completed a technical assessment of Gusau International Airport. The team inspected the runway terminals and navigation systems as part of plans for a training partnership. The body says the facility shows strong potential to serve as a practical learning hub for students in air traffic services, aircraft ground operations, and safety management. The airport's infrastructure was described as solid and promising for both training and commercial use. Zamfara state authorities, who started the airport project in mid-2024, said collaborating with NCAT will build human capacity. The partnership aims to maximize the airport's value beyond passenger travel. New data shows Nigeria spent a staggering $550 million on medical tourism in the first 9 months of 2025. This nearly 18% increase in foreign exchange outflow highlights ongoing challenges in local healthcare services. Patients are increasingly traveling abroad for specialized treatment, especially for advanced cancers and heart conditions. Critics say this reflects a lack of trust in domestic hospitals despite government assurance of improvements. Health experts have pointed to chronic issues like drug shortages and prolonged health workers' strike as key factors fueling medical travel. While officials have claimed Nigeria could become a healthcare hub, many citizens still seek care overseas. Economists warn that this trend is worsening pressure on foreign reserves and weakening the naira. Medical associations say unless essential services improve, the exodus of patients and the money that they spend abroad will continue. Stay State governments have expressed support for President Bola Tinubu's Executive Order 9 on remitting all oil and gas revenues directly into the Federation account. The Forum of State Commissioners of Finance says the move is about constitutional compliance, not extra funds. The order is expected to add about 1.5 trillion naira to national revenue by stopping unauthorized retentions by agencies. Commissioners say it will ensure all statutory inflows are captured before spending. Oil sector unions had warned the policy could unsettle investors and disrupt operations at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company. But state finance leaders dismissed these fears, noting that retained sums were small in the context of overall revenue. Officials say the rule will boost fiscal transparency and strengthen the national pool. A committee is working on implementation guidelines, and states have assured that valid contracts and debt obligations will remain protected. Now in sports, the Nigerian Judo Federation has praised the appointment of Tunji Disu as acting Inspector General of Police. The Federation President, Dr. Musa Oshodi, says the choice reflects professionalism and integrity. Disu is not only a senior police officer but also a celebrated judoka. In 2022, he won a silver medal at the US Open Judo Championship and previously served on the Federation's board. The Federation believes Disu's sporting background and discipline will positively influence police leadership. They say his elevation could strengthen public trust and drive reform within the force. World Athletics says it has not received any formal application from Nigerian sprinter Favour Ashe to transfer allegiance to Qatar. This clarification comes amid online rumors that he had already changed nationality. Ashe had posted photos in Qatari gear and spoken about better training prospects abroad. He has openly criticized the support system for athletes in Nigeria compared to facilities offered to runners elsewhere. World Athletics confirmed that without paperwork, no transfer has occurred. Even if submitted now, rules require a waiting period for 3 years before eligibility to compete for another country. Ashe, who has a personal best of 9.94 seconds, remains available to represent Nigeria. He has warned that more athletes may seek opportunities abroad if local support does not improve. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actors Mike Ezronye and Regina Daniels have delighted fans with a warm reunion on a movie set. A video of the two embracing went viral on social media. Ezronye captioned the clip with a heartfelt message, saying Regina will always be his little princess. Their bond has attracted attention due to years of mutual respect in the industry. Regina Daniels has previously spoken fondly of Ezronye, celebrating their friendship during milestone moments. Fans responded to the reunion with praise and nostalgia. The moment underscores lasting relationships in Nollywood even as the industry grows and evolves. Still in entertainment, actress Eniola Badmus has gone viral after sharing a throwback photo from 15 years ago. She used the post to reflect on her physical and emotional journey over time. Fans and colleagues praised her transformation and the discipline behind it. Badmus has publicly spoken about losing a large amount of weight and the challenges that came with it. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called for reconciliation between Governor Hyacinthe Alia of Benue State and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. The president emphasized the need for internal party unity to support the All Progressive Congress growth and accelerate economic development in the state. The call comes amid a lingering feud over control of local and world-level party structures. The Police Service Commission has announced that physical credential screening for 50,000 successful Nigerian police constable recruits will commence on Tuesday, 9th March 2026, running through 18th April 2026. Applicants are required to present official documents, including a national identity number, O-level certificates, and state of origin certificates at the designated state venues. The Commission reiterated that the recruitment exercise is free of charge and warned against scammers and online imposters. Amnesty International has accused the Kano State government, led by Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, of using security agencies to silence critics. The organization cited arrest and harassment of individuals, including law student Abba Ibrahim Hussein and social media influencer Safulahi Abubakar for exercising their rights to freedom of expression. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, as Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidinma Sogwa, and the entire news team, I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of the day.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics report that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, my beautiful people of Enugu. You are on to your best entertainment, gist, news, and it's live on Aneke TV. You can always follow us on our official handle on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and pages. To your one and only beautiful host, I go by the name, I won't say red pepper today, but I will say black pepper. I have amazing dope gist for you today. And you know what it is? With boozing. Wednesdays are for women. Women Crush Wednesday, and I have an amazing gist for you guys, starting up with our hot top gossip in the entertainment industry. I have my number one, and it's last year, this news has been speculated by our own I won't say our internet noisemaker, I go by the name Very Dark Man, and this is all about our late Mohbad. There is a speculation, allegedly, I would say allegedly, that he is still at the mortuary. Like, it's still at the morgue, and this thing is for me, it's very appalling. Nigerian government should have something to do to the late Mohbad's body. He should rest. This thing we call rest in peace. He should be acknowledged that his family and friends should just settle the differences and put the young man out to rest, because he deserves one. I think for the last time Very Dark Man spoke about the late Mohbad, I think things where government reacted and so many things were tried to be done about the late body, but when the whole echo and the noise went off, everybody seems to be okay about it. Everybody seems to be calm about the late Mohbad. But he should start up again. According to Very Dark Man, I said he should start up again. So I won't know if the late singer will be laid to rest. I have another one, and it's a question, and it says, cheating on your husband, can it actually save your marriage? This thing is going to cause a lot of echoes around the young men out there, because I think these men out there should have one or two opinions for this. For me, cheating on your husband can it save your marriage? It cannot, definitely, because the male folk has so many things to counterize about. It's so appalling that most especially on the right hand, that women tend to do more, and to the societies a lot of stigmatization has been attached to the whole cheating. So a man will cheat. It's okay to cheat for the men, for the male folk. But for the women, if you cheat, you go to your father's house. It's very, very, very hard that as a woman, you should know where you belong and know that the society will not support you when you are wrong. For me, I would say, yes, you are wrong. Oh, you want me to accept you or to support you? No, you are wrong. Cheating on your husband, you go back to your father's house. That's where you belong, to your father's house. And a lot of speculation has been saying, like a lot, and said good rules, but let's give the woman some breathing space. Women deserve more in cheating. Should it be something that should be regularized, or should it be something that the society should stigmatize above all? Like this there are so many contradictory opinions about this. Some say women should always cheat when their husband cheats. So when a man cheats, automatically you should cheat. Some said no, once a man cheats, send her back to her father's house. I know that the person that wrote this is a man, definitely, because men don't support this kind of thing, because if you cheat, you go back to your father's house. And also, moving on to my next gist, it's all about our famous Regina Daniels. She has just been trending, all from buying her mom two big cars, and to buying another one for herself, or to I don't know, this online paparazzi. I don't know who she wants to pepper, if it's me or my fellow online in-laws. Because when I saw this last car she bought for herself, I just said Ned needs to buckle up his game at this point, because Regina Daniels did not come to play in 2026. She did not actually come to play here. She means business. She has gone back to her movie shooting, and then she's trying to recuperate from the whole marital crisis, and it's a good thing for my baby girl, because if you don't win, you need to join them. If you don't join them, you need to win. So I don't know if I would say she won or she actually joined them. And in this country, she met Mike Ezuroye, our popular Mike Ezuroye. I wouldn't say our bull of the bullets when we were young. Everybody liked Mike Ezuroye, and she also met the likes of so many actors like Ruby, Zubi, so many. She met them. She had to reconnect with them, because I think in a while when she was doing her marriage stuff, a lot of things, her career had to come to a breach point. She has to reduce the way she do a lot of things, and it's okay for a married woman to do the needful. Yes, when it comes to the point when you need to know your boundaries, set your boundaries, it's actually needful for you to set your boundaries so that Ned will not take you back to your father's house. When I mean going back to your father's house, you know what I mean. So I think, but now Regina Daniels is actually doing good and great for herself. She has actually, moved and told us that marriage should not be the end of everything for you. I didn't say you should leave your husband's house, so don't get me wrong. I didn't say leave your husband's house. I never said leave your husband's house. But what I just said is that even if you are broken, at some point in your life, you need to just find yourself, stand up and move on and do the needful. You just don't need to dwell on your past, because your past does not define you. It does not make you who the world thinks you are. But at least it should give you a hedge that there is more to life than where you belong. And next, moving on to the next gist, I have my baby girl. She has so many critics based on the last election, presidential election, the whole role she played in the presidential election. People hated her for that and things. I don't know. I would say she was traumatized. Yeah, she was actually traumatized during that period. You see, I'm talking about Ayola Badmus. For a while, she stopped shooting. Yeah, she stopped shooting a lot of movies and things. But the most important thing I want to talk about is her weight loss journey. It was something that when I saw, I was like, is this Ayola Badmus? See, let me tell you, body confidence is something you have to own up as a young lady out there. You don't need to let anybody limit you, babysit you, or make you feel less of yourself. If you know what you can actually do to boost out the confidence that you are actually, you are this and you are this, please do it. It will actually enhance your confidence, and it will make you feel good. And actually, when seeing her, I was like, some people need to learn from this. She actually is looking so dope, dicey, and beautiful. Beautiful. And your life is looking beautiful. She can now adjustably play so many roles, and it doesn't actually now view her age. Now, looking at Ayola Badmus now, you cannot pinpoint the exact age you can actually allot to her. When she was bold, I won't say bold, but I think currently now she's looking all dope, or enticing, or now men out there, the food is in your court. I'm moving on to my next gist. I have the famous actor Raymond. Raymond has said here, I have to quit acting to start making music for people to use and feel happy. I miss him on the screen for a while. I've not been acting. Where is Ray? Ray is Ray. Ray has been out, but I think I prefer him on the movie set than being on the studio, because Ray is, our lover boy actor. He knows how to play it well. He knows how to, feed the public with that love sense scenario that a lot is going on, and we can actually feed on this and are confident. So I think Ray should go back and listen. In his statement, he said, I stopped acting, I quit Nollywood, I shot a lot of films, and I mentioned literally this, but for me, my best career movement is joining the music industry. For me, I quite disagree with Ray at that point, because a lot of things has been happening. A lot of things have been said. I think he is better much as an actor, like an actor than going to music studio. I think I don't know any of his music that's trending, sorry, but we need him on the screen, shooting some nice movie, love, romance. That's where he is actually good, making our ladies in the Nollywood industry fall in love. Because we are still in the season of love, so I think the boy should do more of the movie side. I think for me, that's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. I'm moving on to my next gist. So he's still trending. He has just been trending for a while, but I think this person I'm talking about is Katefe. Katefe, at a point in his time, I think it's his time. Everybody in the industry has his own time. This is Katefe's time, and this is his season where he's actually making moves in the industry. trying hard, doing a lot of things. He went viral. He was in comedy, you know, but he went more viral when he started streaming and, you know, doing a lot of things. And he said Kodefe turns down a 2.5 million deal, not to mention like 2.5 million deals, like I'm talking dollar deal though, not be naira. Do you understand? Immediately Kodefe was approached with this offer. He shouted Jesus and said he cannot go a minute without mentioning, and he needs, if you want him to join the trending and everything, you have to drop 100 million. Like what he's trying to say is 2.5 million is just below his standard. A man that knows his worth. Jesus. Kodefe knows his worth. I think coming to this approach, I would say one thing. When you go into the industry, you don't let people limit your price. You know your price. You know what, you know your worth, and that worth you have to stick up to it, own up to it. Don't let people move you down, because people be like, $2.5 million is too big. This. Why will you categorically say no to that offer? People are trying to belch for that offer, and you are saying no. You think you are big, and when you are big, you are big. When you know your offer, you know your offer, and when you know your limits, you know your limit. Don't let one be low, like take you low the standard. Like Kodefe knows his standard. And going on with what is going on between him and Pella, it has been a hot competition between the two bold streamers, online streamers, and so many people are trying to imitate this streaming. And it's obvious that the world is yet to embrace these two big shots in the industry. And I don't know, for me, I don't know if I should call Kodefe a comedian or an online streamer. It's funny. Like, it's seriously funny, okay? As in, we don't know to address him as a comedian or to address him as an online streamer. It's just confusing. I mean, I don't know, but I think he does more better in this streaming stuff. But it's just that, for me, my opinion, I would say he's being lousy about it. Others will say he's just trying to showcase himself and let people know what he's trying to do and the rest. For me, I feel like he's being lousy about it, the whole, and coupled with the recent outburst between him and Pella trying to destroy the car gift given to them by E-Money. It's crazy. For me, it's actually crazy, and I don't know how to feel if I give someone a car gift and they turn it into a concert. Like, have you not bought a Babazi's head though like this? Have you just wiped Babazi's cord? Because I know how much it costs for me to actually buy those cards. They know the worth of those cards are very massive, and I buy them and I give it to you, and you end up destroying it. Just no say this damn place doesn't contain either you leave or I leave. Like, it's just so obvious that it's so painful. And the most part of it is that after the whole scene, after the whole content, they had to go back and apologize to E-Money, and E-Money accepted. And E-Money wants to say that E-Money gave Pella his own gift, a car gift, for those. See this, like, I don't know, like, Good Hope always asks me, does stupidity or madness pay? At this point, I feel like stupidity, being stupid and mad in this industry, this entertainment industry, sometimes it does pay, because at this point, I would say, I wish Commissioner of Enjoyment is here. If I just blast some people, we just give up this shit out. But anyway, we'll go on to our next G's. Here in this entertainment show like this, we dey talk wetin no concern us. I don't leave Nigeria, run go to South Korea. So make North Korea, make nobody stone me there. I take God beg you, make nobody stone me there. Make nobody stone me there. Like here, now Apoko business we dey do. The North Koreans have their election, and it's it's obvious that some people in Nigeria did not go down with it, especially on X. So many people had their, Nigerians, we sabi poke nose for matter we no concern us for this country. That waiting not concern us for this country. And this is like some people say, if we not poke nose, how we go take care BP of a lot of things happening in this country? And a lot of the Northern Korea most loved president Kim Jong-un has been re-elected as a Northern president with 100% votes. No opposition leaders, and immediately they announced it. They said there's no need. People were like, why then is there need for election when he has the 100% vote? And the president came out to say, yeah, there is need, so that nobody will blame him for not having a free and fair election. And the entire country voted for him in a free and fair election with no opposition leader, because not everyone believes he's the best man for the job. I don't want to talk. I dey wait Nigeria 2027. Now where I go talk 2027. I don't know this kind of thing in Nigeria. Now we are not in North Korea, and this is boozy, and X is heated up. People are saying a lot of things. People are saying, what? Make this man just visit Nigeria. They go show him again, all this thing. But the truth is that everybody in their own country knows how to drink their cup, drink their tea, sip it, and know how to digest it down. Do you understand? When it comes to Nigeria, you can do people, my ex-followers and my ex-people. When this kind of president comes to, you can do the next. You can do the needful. But for now, like I said, a lot of things have been said. I'm moving on to my next talk. It's all about this controversy happening between Very Dark Man and Be Lord about this trademark of a thing. Like, it's interesting that a lot of people, this thing has already generated, before people were like, so you actually need to register your business name and also trademark your business. They are two different things. It was not, I understand that these two things, you just need to do the needful, because according to the last one, Very Dark Man, he said he actually got a lot of paper evidence, that he actually trademarked out of 45 registered trademark for a business. He trademarked 43 for Be Lord Company, and it's something huge. And some people on X will say, no be to run go find trouble. Can you settle, and can you be able to absorb the trouble? The internet has just been heated up, and a lot of controversy has come up with the fact that Very Dark Man is a more advanced and sensible than Be Lord. No be me talk am, no be me allegedly. No be me talk am. Alright guys, thank you for being on the show with us. It's still your favorite girl, Red Black Blood Pepper, and today has been wonderful. You guys can always tune in on Aneke TV on our official page on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and everything to watch us. We love you, and we know that every day on this show by 12:30 we are on to give you best dope entertainment, gossip, and gist. We'll see you tomorrow. Right? We love you. Bye bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress. Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits,
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Viewer, you're welcome to another edition of our top program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we are going to discuss on a very troubling issue in Nigeria. And that has to do with the security of lives and property as it affects Nigerians that are legitimately doing what they constitutionally has power to do for themselves in the same Nigeria. It has been an alarming thing to know that insecurity has been plaguing the Nigerian state. It ranges from terrorism to banditry to kidnapping and all kind of insecurity issues. People are mowed down in situations where ordinarily there is no war in their own country. And that is truly alarming. But most recently, the situation changed to political insecurity, where politicians who are supposed to be doing the normal business of politics in Nigeria were attacked by unknown persons. And the reason for such attack is still unknown. But then, one thing is clear, that there has been a threat by a person or the governor vested with the responsibility of protecting lives and property of citizens of Nigeria everywhere, constitutionally, threatening that if someone comes into his state without formal permission, that the person's security will not be guaranteed. These are some of the questions that are on the mouth of Nigerians. Why should there be such an unconstitutional statement? Why should there be a threat from a person constitutionally vested with responsibility and working on oath to protect the lives of people, of Nigerians? And why should such person say that a Nigerian has no right, must take permission before he moves from one state to the other in Nigeria? It is all disheartening to hear that the situation is like that. We have it in an Igbo proverb which says that the tortoise proclaimed that when there is stampede in the market, he, the tortoise, will stampede and kill the pregnant woman. And when the stampede came and the pregnant woman died, of course everybody went straight for the head of the tortoise, knowing that the tortoise is the one who made a threat, an open threat, to stampede and a pregnant woman to death. And that was it. And in Nigeria presently, in Benin, Edo State of Nigeria, there's been this assassination attempt on the former presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi, and the former APC chairman in Nigeria, Odigi Oyegun, and others, including Apata, who was a governorship candidate during the last election in Edo State, and many others. They were actually chased from the party secretariat to the house of Oyegun, where eventually they took refuge in Oyegun's house, but the cars that brought the dignitaries and other people with them were all riddled with bullets, including Oyegun's gate. In fact, the hoodlums chased them from party secretariat to the place and tried to kill people. Of course, some people were injured at the party secretariat. And here today we're going to discuss about this trending issue in Nigeria. And with me in the studio is a man of many parts. He is a human rights activist. He is also a farmer. I am talking about Barrister also Nnadume Ofokansi. You're welcome to the studio.
Yeah, Rex, thank you for having me this afternoon. It's not afternoon already. Thanks for having me.
So, Barrister Ofokansi, you heard my preamble. Security in Nigeria is a very serious problem, and it has nosedived into political problem. We have the bandits kidnapping, maiming, killing people with reckless abandon, whether sponsored or not sponsored, whether interest of direct the bandits or interest of some persons that spurred them into doing such things. So, what is your take on the security in this country generally before we come down to the political insecurity?
Well, you see, it is General Sani Abacha who said that if insecurity in any country lasts more than 24 hours, at the hand of government is there. When he said it, was the president of Nigeria, was the head of state of Nigeria. He has already organized his own coup. You also recall that there was a time they went to what is this West African country that had a coup. They went and reinstalled, Sani Abacha went back and reinstalled the man who was democratically elected, never minding the fact that he is a military dictator. But what I'm saying is that why I gave this little background is that insecurity has persisted in Nigeria between the years of 2009 and now, because one, either the hand of government is there or government is very insincere in fighting it. Why do I put it that way? We recall that when Ejirika was appointed chief of army staff, he faced this insecurity head on. And the likes of today's whipping governor or whipping ex-governor, Malam El-Rufai, and the likes of Pantami, then former minister of interior, they were saying that Jonathan is killing outside youths, not members of Boko Haram, and what they are killing, they want to square up. You know, some of these not can open their mouth and say anything they like, because sometimes nobody censors them. And why Jonathan is doing it? Because Jonathan wants to level up the number of people killed during the Biafran war to equate with the number of people that he will kill in the north. And that was what made Jonathan come openly and said, even in my cabinet, I have members of Boko Haram. There is nobody to trust. Now, Jonathan left. Buhari came and now gave the insecurity a good glove. He now wore a good glove on them, wore them a nice suit. He will now bring them, arrest the ones he said he will arrest, take them to a camp, sew uniform for them, and do a shaping for them, and they reintegrate them into the society and say they are repentant. And then later, some of them will get back to the army. And that is why the fight on insecurity could hardly stop. Because the same person you reintegrated into the army, tomorrow you will tell him to go and fight his brothers who has been with him in the forest. You know it is not possible. You know it's his brothers who are there. You know how much they are making. How much are you paying such a repentant soldier as a soldier? At best, you're paying 120,000 a month. How much did they collect from kidnapping? In millions. So that was, many of them are just fronts for that people. Otherwise, General Oba couldn't have died, because ordinarily General Oba has escaped the ambush, made call for reinforcement, but the Goodlaws intercepted his call for reinforcement. Even before the army came, they have gotten the young man. A whole army general killed by ragtag soldiers. It is never heard of. Even a sergeant in American army or Israeli army will be killed by insurgents. That area, people will be wiped out completely. You can recall also that when one American citizen was kidnapped in Nigeria, the American came here, rescued the man, and went away. Accepted and now coming in to assist us. But you know, nothing goes for nothing. It's quid pro quo. But then, generally, we talk about insecurity. It is taking a dimension that one might also ask himself, why? Or how did we get here? How did we get to this level? We got to this level because Buhari, who had an idea to Islamize Nigeria, eventually clinched the ticket to become the president of Nigeria. Very many people, including Jonathan, told Nigeria, somebody who cannot talk of happiness cannot give you happiness. If you see the kind of bitterness in the heart of these people and campaigning with it, 2015, you will wonder if it is still election we are contesting, or whether there is anything at stake we are struggling for. When people now open their mouth, Buhari opened his mouth and said, if they rig election again, just like he said before, I think in 2012, that monkeys and baboons will be soaked in blood. He was the presidential candidate. And these are the kind of inciting. And actually, monkeys and baboons were soaked in blood when he lost that 2012 election. You can know how many people that were killed, both in Niger, both in Katsina, and very many other northern states. And the target has always been Igbos. Whenever they want to kill, they look for the Igbos. Even when people from Niger Delta who say they are not Igbos, an Hausa person was killed in Port Harcourt, and they said they want to revenge on the Igbos, on the Ikwere. And they said they want to revenge on Igbos. The Ikweres who say they are not Igbos, they are on total social media debating whether they are Igbos or not. But today, they are now the ones who are saying, the Hausas are now saying, if they don't make amends within a number of days, they will retaliate on the Igbos. Because they can't even differentiate who is Ikwere or who is not Ikwere. So that is why this insecurity has persisted. But, like I often say, and like the Igbos often say, nothing ever lasts forever. This insecurity will eventually stop. One day it will stop. And when it will stop, a lot of things are going to happen. And to make it stop, the government knows what to do. It was just that America came and bombed Sokoto. You saw the insurgents running into Niger Republic. And Niger Republic now has to use 20-inch block to barricade the border between them and Nigeria. They don't want these insurgents to come into their country, even though they are ruled by a military junta. But they are relatively more stable now, because there is sincerity in fighting insurgency.
Okay, you have laid a very solid background on the topic of the day. If we remember, the days during the Second Republic, we had situations, political turmoil in Ondo State. Remember the Akinomobo Wars, and the bloodbath, pre-election and election bloodbath. We remember even in Anambra State, old Anambra State, the Ikemba Front.
Ikemba Front at the Junction.
And the
James Vanguard.
James Vanguard, These were the kind of things that we saw during the Second Republic. But most recently, from 1999, we have not seen much of that during and during elections in Nigeria. And we have not seen such a turmoil, gravity of turmoil, crisis, election crisis in Nigeria. We have been having skirmishes, here and there, but not as much as that. But this present time, before 2027 election, we are beginning to see the kind of crisis that will give birth to serious bloodbath, the way the thing happened in Benin City, that is in Edo State.
Yes.
But we must recall also that the governor of Edo State had made an open threat that Peter Obi, if he does not formally obtain permission from him or formally get his approval, he should not come into Edo State. Otherwise, he will not give account of his safety. And Peter Obi went to Edo State yesterday, where they were doing their coalition business. And himself and others were attacked. Incidentally, the former national chairman of APC was moving into ADC, as well as the former governorship candidate Abata was also in. And they were attacked by, what we may call hoodlums or gun-wielding people. And there was even a security information that they were going to be attacked. So they wound up the party secretariat business and ran to Oyegun's house to take shelter. These same people chased them to Oyegun's house and opened fire and destroyed the SUV vehicles owned by the many distinguished personalities with them and party faithfuls. Even the gate of Oyegu, was former governor of Edo State, was riddled with bullets. If it had not been because of the death, possibly bullets would have entered and killed people. Okay. Is it not, from your perspective, a premeditated attempt? And what could you call that breach of constitution by the governor of Edo State?
Well, you see, Mondo Kwebolo, I still say it, there are people I don't like to discuss on national televisions or even online televisions. But most of the time, they keep on popping up. The activities keep on popping up in my discourse. People like Wick, I don't like discussing them. People like, what is the governor of Alia, the governor of Benue State, that Reverend Father, I don't like discussing those people. And now, Obebolo, that's the least person I can start discussing. Reason, I wouldn't know, maybe because Adam Osumole stole the governorship election and gave to him, backed up by that very albatross that very devil that was fashioned against Nigeria, that is Aneke. Because once Aneke backs you up, you become whatever you want to become. So it's not about who goes to vote. So someone, when he made that statement, I made a rejoinder on social media that people should understand when they cross the red line in their speeches. Because I did not see any kind of justification for Mondo Popular to say if P2B is coming to Edo State, that he should get clearance for him, otherwise his security will not be guaranteed. As if to say, Edo State, you now need a visa to come to Edo State. Or if to say, is P2B the only presidential candidate? Well, there is an Igbo adage that says that if a witch cries in the night and in the morning a child dies, invariably it is the witch that killed the child. Because there was, the owl has been blowing throughout the whole night. If they wake up in the morning, lo and behold, somebody is dead. Like you gave in your Igbo adage about the tortoise and the pregnant woman. You see, they were very quick before 4 p.m. to come and report the fact that what P2B and the ADC was alleging is false, is premeditated, scandal, blah, 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 all the rubbish they said. You now start to wonder, has P2B accused Obobolo openly that you are the one who hired us to come and fire at me? Has ADC accused APC officially? Apart from young men who are doing some video there, you can see APC talks attacking us. There have been no official statement yet from ADC linking APC to the shooting. So the underlying fact today is that P2B has made a statement, told the world what happened to him, and said that such a thing is unacceptable. He has never pointed a finger at anybody because he is not an investigator. We still hope that police will step into the matter, which of course we know they will not. But we still hope police will step into the matter and then take a decision one way or the other. But having said that, I think APC, Edo State, and whoever they must have hired has crossed the red line. Truth of the matter, they have actually crossed the red line because I don't think they still want the stability of Nigeria. Maybe, like the drowning person who grapples at anything to stay afloat, maybe they have seen, maybe that Wike cannot do the magic he did in Abuja on Saturday, in the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja. Maybe they will mandate the governors to be the foot soldiers of like Wike, who created a curfew on Friday that nobody should move, when he knew Aneke has changed the voting booth of a lot of people from their closest earlier polling unit to another place, which they may require transport to go. And lo and behold, you have placed a curfew, no movement. Yet you are the only one moving. And now, having told the APC members, your duty for me is to go and vote. Leave whatever happens thereafter to me. For of course, they went and voted. We now left whatever happened thereafter. And what we saw was mind-boggling. We saw a polling booth that had 324 registered voters. 321 got well, I think 221, 211 or so got accredited, and about 200 and maybe 2 or 203 actually cast their votes. And out of the votes cast, about 2 or 3 of the votes were rejected, leaving about 198 or thereabout to be the valid votes cast. And APC, APC there had 1,212 votes in a place where we have 324 registered voters. That's what we told them, leave the rest to me, just vote. And they now felt that the only snag they have in making their selection, because what they wanted to do was selection, they have no plans of any election. And they now know that the only obstacle on their way is P2B. They have tried to hunt El-Rufai with EFCC and ICPC, only to find out that the young man has nothing. At least he covered himself up very well. He's already sued the federal government. They are packaging that of Amechi. I'm talking about strong presidential candidates or materials or presidential vice presidents.
And opposition persons.
That's an opposition person I'm talking about. They are packaging that of Amechi. Maybe in the nearest future they might arrest Amechi too. They have also tried to rubbish Kwankwaso using their lobby group in the United States when they now listed Kwankwaso as a sponsor of terrorism, leaving people who they have seen publicly as sponsoring terrorism. Nobody has ever mentioned Pantami, who said that Osama bin Laden is a better Muslim than him. And he served as Nigerian Minister of Interior, having our secret document, including our NIN, to his credit. Nobody has ever mentioned El-Rufai, whom the bandits called, said he gave us these things we are using. We are cow rearers. We don't know anything about gun. But the government called us and gave us these guns. The same bandits on social media. Nobody has mentioned those ones. They now picked Kwankwaso because Kwankwaso is being tipped to be a possible running mate to P2B.
If he is given the ticket.
If P2B is given the ticket. And with the kind of primary they want to organize, I think they are going to direct primaries. So if you direct primary, it is very basic that P2B will have to clinch the ticket. Because the only one we are afraid of is the delegate primaries, where you select people and go to Abuja. It might be dollarized. It has never happened before. But if we direct primary, in every ward you vote throughout Nigeria, nobody is afraid that P2B will claim the ticket. And you can see he has intensified his campaign of late. So, but that is by the way. We are talking about the attempt on him. And why that attempt on him is because, one, they have checked Peter from head to toe. There is no record of any corruption as a state governor. They even went to his banks where he has been chairman for 3 banks, Fidelity Bank, and the rest of the, you know how many of the banks, where he has been chairman, managing director of the banks. They have checked there were no stains. They have checked when he was even economic advisor to Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan. They didn't find anything. Otherwise, if they have found any dent with Peter, truth of the matter, EFCC could have charged him to court longest time, and they could have, gotten another motor shot, to send him to prison. So, but they have not seen anything. So there is nothing to lay hands on. So the best option they think is this brute force of a near illiterate who said he's a governor. Because it is embarrassing. People like Mondo Pobolo could ascend the governorship of a state. Somebody who cannot read his budget. Somebody who doesn't know how to pronounce GCFR. Which even the last, in fact, my stepchild in kindergarten school, we even know that, what is his name? Tinubu is GC, Commander of Federal Republic. He couldn't pronounce GCFR, governor. And now he is the one presiding over a state and had that temerity to threaten a very popular. What people don't understand is that P2B's following is an organic following. P2B doesn't rent crowd. Just say it here on air that P2B will be in Aneke, in front of Aneke TV by 5 p.m. today. Anybody who sees it will share it immediately. Before 4:30, the whole place here is crowded with human beings waiting to see P2B. As if to say they are going to see another Messiah. His own followership is organic. Just like the flourishing of Kwankwaso in Kano especially, is also organic. So the only way to silence them is to make sure, but what I will tell them is that when you are cutting a tree with a lot of branches, maybe a lot of birds have made that place their home. You are trying to saw it down with a chainsaw. And maybe you didn't take a good position. And the tree starts to fall. When it falls, both the reptiles, both the birds, both everything on top of it scatters inside the compound. Everybody will run away. So my advice to Mondo Bobelo and his APC stalwart, I won't generalize every APC, because the way it happened is where I will hold responsible. He should be, Edo State is the headquarters of Forbidden Movement, whether we like it or not. I will have an opportunity to be the chairman of Forbidden Movement here in this state. But I know that Enugu State is not the headquarters. Where we have radical obedience are in Edo State. Both intellectual radicalism, both physical radicalism, whichever kind of radicalism obedience you want, they are in Edo. And that is where they wanted to attempt on the life of Peter. The goodest luck they have is that Peter had no scratch. If you had a scratch, Rex will be hearing a different story from Edo now.
Yeah. Some people have insinuated we're making such insinuation. But let me ask you, we have this law, what we call the immunity clause on the governors, which the Nigerian Constitutional Amendment had jettisoned in terms of removing it from the law.
So it is retained.
Because it is retained.
Yeah.
And now we have a threat made by a governor who swore an oath to protect the lives of the people, and he started threatening the life of the same people he swore an oath on.
Yeah.
And we have also the governor kind of breaching the constitution, because it is the constitutional right of every Nigerian to go to wherever he wishes to go, especially when that person is peacefully going about his business. So we see it as a breach of constitution to tell somebody not to, unless that person. So from the perspective, you are a lawyer. Let us look at it from a legal perspective. What he has done, what is it? And what could be the possible, a possible thing that could be done so that such thing will no longer rear its head?
Now, you see, these politicians, I think their problem is that many of them are unemployed. I mean what I'm telling you. Many politicians are jobless. If politics could be played the way it's played in the United States, where we borrowed it, a lot of things happening in the National Assembly won't be happening. This issue of immunity should have been removed longest time. Because the governor who is there, see, when I make this reference, people now start to think, is it because I'm an obedient supporter? You see, Peter has a very nice floating business before he joined politics. When he left politics, he went back to his business while still doing the same politicking. These other ones, once you leave as governor, you will make a law that pays you dividend, that is a pension, for staying 8 years. And you rest who may have worked in Radio Nigeria maybe for 36 years, they even still owing you your gratuity. And your gratuity for that 36 years is not up to 1 month salary or 1 month gratuity of somebody who served 8 years as governor. In St. Climes, such things doesn't exist. So when you came to Anambra State, you don't talk about such law. If it was if sent to the House of Assembly, it was repealed. Abia State has moved to repeal its own. And that's why the likes of Ojo Zakalo and the other Kalo, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, have risen up against Alex Oti. Because very soon now you hear that of Abia State have been repealed, because the man has not even collected a dime. even as governor, because he has something doing. He's a seasoned banker. He was the MD of Diamond Bank, which eventually translated to Access, when he was in the banking sector. And it was him who, when Peter B said, I'm leaving some amount of money in your bank, and I want, the day I will do handover, I want all the bank managers to come. So it will not be a paper handover. Yes, Anambra people, I left some amount in Access Bank. Alex Otu, you are the chairman, managing director of Africa. Tell them how much I have in your bank. He brought the statement and said, yes, what he said is here in the bank, and it's Anambra's people money. Governor, when he's realized, can change the signature of whoever, if he's accountant general. Now, it is only him. So that immunity clause, the very moment it is removed, you know what it empowers you as police now is to investigate the governor. But he can also, in the course of investigation, stumble upon a dead end. Because if the law allows you only to investigate, not to arrest, you might tell the governor, I want to search your office. He's telling you, get away from here. Who are you to search my office? You know you cannot force him. And when he leaves office, he might pack out whatever dangerous weapons they are kept in his office to some other safer place. Now, many people who are employed and who are in politics, they think about the people. It is sad that in Nigeria, over 250 million people, very few of them who are in politics are lording it over us, and we are keeping quiet. So what Mondo Bebelo said is actionable both in civil wrong and prosecutable in crime. But prosecuting him in crime means when he has left office. And you know very many people who have left office who did someone sinister thing or the other when they were in office. It is only in Nigeria that nobody tries to prosecute leaders or heads of state. But most governors are being prosecuted for the crimes they committed. I know Lucky Binedo was in the Federal High Court in Enugu here before eventually his matter was transferred to Federal High Court Benin. I know Joe Okalo was prosecuted and sent to jail. Even Appeal Court, confirmed the sentence before he had a presidential pardon. I also know that one or two of the northern state governors are also being prosecuted, just like very many other ones. So, but they have left office. But the one they did in office, you can sue them in civil wrong. The civil litigation doesn't exclude anybody from suing a governor. You can sue a governor, get judgment, and if you get judgment and they want to execute it, you know what to do. We know how to execute the judgment gotten against government. Can garnish the account of government, and nothing goes in, nothing comes out until they pay you your money. Because what they will do is to pay you for whatever libelous things or whatever breach they have caused to you civilly. Now, as to the criminal one, you wait for the thing to finish. When he finishes, you arraign the person for whatever offense he has committed. But it is also sad, very sad, that in a place like the house of Onyegu, who was a former governor, who was a former chairman of APC, there are no cameras. Because if there were cameras, we can, small people like us now fix in our chambers. You don't have camera in that kind of big man's apartment. Because if the camera, the camera could have, the video could have been extracted since yesterday, and made public to the social media, so that you see the people doing the shooting. So it's not a matter of, did you go to Yego's house to shoot gun? You will be seeing the person doing the shooting. After all, terrorists, when they capture, including soldiers, they relay whatever they are doing there, using their camera, carrying it on phone, and then sending it on the internet. So they may have committed a civil wrong as well as a criminal offense. But the civil wrong issue has to be tackled now that he is in office. But when the criminal one has to wait the very day he's leaving office. But as to whether he's going to answer for whatever happens here during the ADC Congress, you definitely have to answer for it. If it doesn't happen today, it will happen tomorrow. You can recall, even during the Rwanda genocide, that a broadcaster, a radio broadcaster, an owner of a radio who was not even there, but they used the radio to propagate, hatred against, I think, the Hutus that resulted in the genocide. At the end of the genocide, when everything cooled down in Rwanda, they went and picked him. I think he was in London. They picked him from London, Interpol, moved him to Hague, ICPC, I think they jailed him for about 99 years or thereabout. And of course, somebody who is over 70, you jail him for 99 years. You carry his coffee into the prison yard. And just like Charles Taylor, who was president of Liberia, I think he was arrested in Nigeria here. He's still in detention in The Hague. And very many other leaders. I don't want to go to the type of arrest Trump does, coming in the middle of the night and capturing the president of a nation. I don't want to go to that one. That one is actually out of his powers to do that, but he had done that, and nobody's going to kill him because he's a superpower.
So, what happened in Edo State
Yeah.
on the 25th of February 2026? What does it portend to the 2027 election?
Yes.
Are you seeing a situation where the worst will still happen? More so when Nigerians are not happy about the Electoral Act amendment.
Well, as to the Electoral Act amendment, we are still pushing for it. We are not yet arrested. We are still asking them that that proviso should be removed. But that's why I said that there are people I don't like to discuss. You know, what they did during the Saturday 15th, I think it's 15th or 25th, no, the Saturday election in at the Federal Capital Territory. Yes, Abuja election.
And
What they did
Kano Rivers.
Yes, and what they did was just testing the microphone to know what the microphone will say in 2027. 2027, with the current thing that is trending now, I see danger. We try to move away from the politics of brigandage to the politics of forgery and other corrupt practices. But taking life because of politics, because of power, is not the worst thing that can happen to any politician. You know why Jonathan has become a statesman today? Because Jonathan told the world that his ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. Don't fight for me. People like Chidoka, Orubebedem, they were ready that day on Collection Center to insist that Jega bring the uploaded results from the IRF. They were insistent, including people like Dino Melai, who fought his own during the 2023 general election that transited from Buhari to Tinubu. But the other ones fought their own in 2015 when it was transitioned from Jonathan to Buhari. And Jonathan said, if you must have to protest the election, protest it through the due process of law. Don't go to stage any fight. Don't go to shoot anybody, because my ambition is not worth the blood of anybody. So today, the world sees him as a statesman, because after the United Nations United States have predicted that Nigeria will end in 2015. You saw the prediction. Why did they predict that? Because they felt Jonathan will not concede defeat. Because they were also working to oust Jonathan, including from the Oval Office, Obama's office in the United States. Obama actually worked seriously hard to remove Jonathan, campaigning against Jonathan, even in the United States. So at the end of the day, according to Jega's record, they said Jonathan lost the election. Jonathan said, so be it. The nation was charged. And like Erufai also said, he brought in these mercenaries from neighboring countries, these Fulani mercenaries, come into Nigeria. If this man did not concede defeat, let hell break rules. And the man now considered, even before the last election was called, it was a shock. Everybody, it was like where you have a furnace pulled out from the blacksmith's oven, and then at the end of the day, you pour cold water on it. So that's what happened with Jonathan. So what I'm saying is that the 2027 general election is loaded with danger.
Yeah, 2027
Yes.
Elections in Nigeria is loaded
with
danger. That is the submission of Ozo Nadume of Okansi. We'll pause here for a break. When we come back, we'll continue our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Via, welcome back to the show. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And we are still on the topic, the assassination attempt on Peter Obi, the former presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023 election, and Oyego and others in Edo State, Nigeria. It has come as a shock to many Nigerians that we still have political brigandage in Nigeria in this 21st century. I have Barrister Naduma Ofakansi, human rights activist and farmer here in the studio, lending voice to this particular topic. He has spoken extensively on the things that has happened, what has happened in Nigeria before now, what is presently happening, and what it portends to the 2027 election. I don't know if you had Barrister Ofakansi run out for what it means to 2027 election, because you were talking about
yes, I said it's a
may not be good for.
I said it's fraught with danger because if we don't nip it down in the bud and we snowball into 2027 with this mindset that you can carry gun and shoot at rival political parties when they're having their rally, that means many people might not even come out to vote. Because you know in Nigeria is a preservative, has preservative citizens. People say, what is it, what is there? I can always manage myself. But you find out that a lot of people cannot manage themselves now, because they can't even pay the bills, the ordinary bills they have. Their children can't even go to school. Poverty has increased. Go to the streets of Obuete here, you see young boys between the ages of 6 and 15 begging. Not that they have any challenge, not that they have any physical defect, but they couldn't even see what to eat. Go to Bisala Road Junction by Chima Avenue in New Haven. You meet all this, but I'm not talking about the hawkers who hawk things. I'm talking about people who are there to beg. I was, taken to tears one day when I saw about 3 young boys, average age, but luckily the traffic lights immediately showed red. I called them. They rushed, thinking I was about to give them money. I said, why? What are they doing here? Are they selling anything? They said they're not selling anything. They are begging. Say, begging for what? Say, begging to find something to eat. Now, you see, if you ask them, can't you go and learn a trade? They'll ask you who will pay for the trade. That they were in school before, but they have to pull out. It is because no person can fend for them. Now, why do I give this little analogy? It's because people might say it doesn't concern us. Let us leave the people to their fate. In fact, what they want to do is to scare people away from the 2027 poll. This drama they are playing now, they played down in Edo yesterday, is mainly orchestrated towards scaring people away. So because the smaller the number of people who come out to vote, the more manageable it will be for them to rig the election. Because if in a polling booth only 5 people come out to vote, and maybe somebody comes there and even fires a knockout, the 5 people will disappear. But if somebody had a quote that said, if the number of people who attended Ebuko Peace crusade in Enugu could come out to vote in Enugu State during the election, no talk can come close to the polling booth, because the number of people will overwhelm them. You can't start shooting when such a crowd is there. If you try, some people might summon up the courage and chase you and grab you with that gun and let you there alive. And that's what some of these have been saying, rig and die, rig and die, because they know it is no more possible to rig. But then the rigging has to go on because the Electoral Act now permitted it. Because like we saw in Abuja, they have done, you can see the young man who was in ADC was causing, when they were counting the votes, if you remember, you'll be laughing and say, ADC has shown these people wonders. And now, having done that, they now collected the result and took it to the collation center, the hobnob of election rigging. That was where they now converted one vote to 1,212. One vote scored by APC in a place where 304 something people registered. One party now got 1,000 something, almost double the number of people that registered to vote. And they say we are normal as a nation, and the Aneke accepted it with all the mutilations there. So that is the problem we have, because some of the agents may have refused to sign at the collection center. They now said ignore them, just alter the figures, and you will still see in words they will write 1,212 and they will write in words 200. So what is in word did not correspond what is in figure, and the total score gotten from that very thing we still be reading about 48 or 148 when one party has already scored 1,212. So that's where I'm going. The end point of this scaring scenario is to chase people away from the 2027 poll. But I wish to tell Nigerians that the more you come out to vote, the more impossible it becomes for anybody to rig.
Okay, because of want of time, briefly, just give me your opinion on this. Are the ruling party afraid of P2P? They already have almost 39 governors in 39 states out of the 36 states. Are they afraid of Obi?
The governor has only one vote. He may not even be sure of the vote of his wife. Nor will he be sure of the vote of his child. It happened in Edo State in 2023. What is his name? The former governor, Obaseki, told the world that in my own house, my two grown-up graduate children are obedient when I am in PDP. You could imagine that cannot. So that shows you that the fear of Obi is the beginning of wisdom. So if they are not afraid of Obi, why should they be attempting on his life?
So how do we get out of this quagmire, this whole quagmire?
The only way to get out of it is for everyone, first of all, to go and get a party card. Become a member of a party. If you can't become a member of ADC, be a member of any other political party. The cards are now everywhere. The Electoral Act now allows direct primaries. In your ward, cast your vote for your choice candidate. Let that choice candidate first of all win. If, for instance, Obi wins the presidential ticket, now mobilizing people for him is not a difficult task because he has organic followership.
So that is the quagmire.
So the only way to solve it is all of us taking this thing serious and knowing that that our future depends on it. Because the more you allow evil to thrive, the more you suffer untold hardship. Because as it is now, I'm wondering how it's going to be in the next 5 years.
I'm wondering how it's going to be in the future in Nigeria. So submitted Barrister also Nadume of Fokansi,
yes,
who is here on Arena this day. This is exactly the much we can take from this edition of this program. We thank you for being there for us, and also Nadume, we thank you very much for joining us today on this edition of the program.
Thank you, Rev,
for having me. Have you once more in future editions.
I'm always there.
Thank you there for being with us.
Thank you.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And
in a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Nigeria Southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial costs and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoba. I am your companion on this journey of being a woman. This is my birthday month, and I have been thinking a lot about the life choices I've made that have led me to this point that I'm in, the good one, the bad ones, and the one I would want to improve on, generally speaking. And that is something that life does to you. It has a way of making you look at the things you've done and wanting to do better and set better examples. And one of the topics, or one of the areas that I've really mulled over, and I've seen myself at some point doing it right, some point doing it wrong, and the repercussions that it has shown in my life. And I decided that we're going to talk about that thing, and that is setting boundaries. So today we are discussing setting boundaries for yourself as a woman. There are so many important things and so many important aspects of your life that would benefit greatly from setting boundaries. And I know that as women, we're often taught to keep our heads down, to accept, to be the punching bag for people around us, to be submissive, or not even submissive, to endure, to accept. You keep accepting until there is no room for you to pour. You know that you cannot pour from an empty cup. You have to be filled for you to pour love out. If you are emotionally exhausted, if you're emotionally bare, there's no way you're going to pour to people around you. Now let's talk about setting boundaries. There are so many key areas of boundaries that you can set to help improve your life and your mental and emotional and physical state generally. But let's focus on a few today. Let's look at the first one, which is setting emotional or mental boundaries. Now, setting emotional or mental boundaries is simply protecting your emotions, protecting your mental health, protecting yourself emotionally and mentally from things and people that drain you. This also brings me to, actually, I forgot to define boundaries. Boundaries are limits that you set on how much you can take. It is your limit on your emotions, your time, your energy, your space. The limit of what you can take. Once you get there, it is over. That is what the meaning of setting. That's the meaning of boundaries. Boundaries is the limit of what you can take, the limit of what you can accept, the limit of what is okay by you, or what someone can do and get away with. That is boundaries. Back to emotional and mental boundaries. Emotional and mental boundaries are basically the boundaries that you set to protect your peace, to protect your health, your mental and emotional health, to make sure that you are protecting yourself mentally, your mind, your emotions, because you know that there's something that can happen and that thing entirely ruins your day, ruins your activity, your mood. Everything about you is just unhinged for that particular day or an entire week, depending on how serious that thing might be. So setting boundaries like this helps you to protect it and ensure that those things do not happen. Let's talk about the ways you can protect. Let me give you an example. For instance, people often tend to dump their issues on other people. Like, they just come, they pour, they tell you this, they tell you that, they tell you this, always telling you what is going on in their life, and unconsciously you become invested in what's happening, and it tends to bother you. And most especially for us women, we tend to internalize most things and we allow it bother us. Somebody's issues, you can carry it on your head like no man's business, and it's weighing on you and bothering you so much. I'll give you an example. So I had this group of friends at the time, and anytime they needed advice, they would come to me, tell me that this is, please, what can I do? And I'll tell the person what to do. Now, by listening and by telling them what to do, I'm already invested in their story, in what is going on with them. After giving them my candid advice, they will go and do something else, come back and tell me the repercussion of what they did, and I'll still give them more advice. The cycle continued until I saw that, okay, this thing is weighing on me. Each time they come and they tell me that this happened, I carry with me, and it's like a heavy burden or a heavy load on my head, and it kept affecting me. So I told myself, I set my boundaries. I didn't shout, I didn't explain, I didn't talk. What I told myself was that each time these people come for advice, I will channel them to God and ask them to go to God, because He's going to answer them and give them what to do. And that's exactly what I started doing. Whenever they come to me, tell me this, that, I will tell them simply, just talk to God, pray about it. God will definitely reveal what you're supposed to do to you. Because clearly what they needed was God and not my advice. So I was not going to be invested in whatever their situations or their problem was any longer. That is it. So learn how to set your boundaries to protect your peace, protect your emotional and mental health. This can also be when someone is like keeping malice with you. So you can decide to leave that space to ensure that you're not in that space to accept those kind of attitudes. When someone close to you is like keeping malice, acting some kind of way, and it tends to affect you. Maybe you're the kind of person that cannot stay in a conflict area. Just find a way to like check out or like talk to that person and just set your boundaries clear and straight. Like, if we're going to be in this space together, I do not appreciate you being this type of person. If you're going to be this type of person, let's set clear boundaries on what we cannot do and cannot, because I don't want to keep putting myself in an emotional place for you to do this type of things to me. That is the way you can set your emotional boundary. The next boundary you can set is your time. Your time. There are people that they don't have respect for people's time. You know, they can call you at any time. They can just call you up. Please, I need you to do this for me. Oh, please, I need you to. Oh, they just call you up at any time. They don't respect your time. You guys can even fix an appointment of what you're supposed to do at so and so time. They don't respect it. They don't mind it. It doesn't bother them. It doesn't concern them. They just do their things at any time. You know. And when you have this kind of people, it is important that you set your time, because time is money. And frankly, I didn't really understand this. You know, I remember that time in school when there was something I needed somebody to do for me, and I just told the person, please, I need you to do this for me. And the person gave me the charge. I was shocked. And I asked the person, this small thing, that's why you're charging this amount. The person told me that time is money. The person told me that time is money, that this thing will require his time to do. So of course I had to pay for it. But this was something that I previously would do for people for free. And now that particular event totally changed the way I see things. There are things that I would do for free, but then there are things that we have to talk. I would do it for free to this extent, but once it's more than this extent, we have to be paying me. Time is money. I cannot keep wasting my time and energy on you. Nowadays, I rather protect my time and energy, take my time to rest if I'm not benefiting anything from that thing, and if I'm not seeing anything concrete that I'm giving that thing. Let's say I'm not volunteering, I'm not filling people's cups, because I know of this saying that says you're not useful if you can't be used. So I know how, I just know how to navigate the time where I'm being overused and when I'm being moderately used. So when I'm being moderately used, I would keep coming up, keep showing up. But when I'm being overused, I tend to like back away with everything, but you have to pay the bills, right? So protect your time, protect your energy, and set boundaries around these things. The third boundary that you definitely need to set is your physical boundaries. That is your personal space, giving yourself rest, ability to rest when you are tired. You know, not overworking yourself to satisfy people. These are things that you have to like set for yourself, because it is going to affect you. Imagine if you are tired, and because you are trying to people please, you are working extra hours for people that probably will not appreciate it. Because one thing about boundaries is that when you sacrifice without setting boundaries, it often leads to resentment. And when you love without boundaries, it leads to what? Emotional turmoil. And when you're just acting out life without boundaries, you are underappreciated and over accessible. This over accessibility goes to our point on setting time boundaries, which we're trying to focus on this third point, which is physical boundaries. Physical boundaries you have to set if you want to be touched, you don't want to be touched. Someone tries to touch you in a certain kind of way, you're like, oh no, please don't touch me that way because I'm not comfortable with that. Someone tries to invade your space, you're like, no. You know, let me just give you an instance. Maybe you're in your home, because our parents, they are fond of this one. You know, you have your own home, your own place, and maybe your mom calls you, oh, that your aunties, uncles, daughters, brothers, junior sister is coming to the state you are in, and they want you to accommodate her just for 1 year so that she can find her footing or find her place. And maybe you've heard so much bad things about this person and how their character is awfully bad, and your mom is like, forget that thing, now your sister, just accommodate her just for 1 year. You know, now your sister, now your blood, now one blood. Because one of the things our parents are often experts in is emotional manipulation. They know how to emotionally, twist and turn you to do what they want you to do. you can just say, for the sake of my physical well-being, Mom, I don't want this person in my space. I don't want to have to deal with this person's character. I would rather bring the money and rent an apartment for that person elsewhere, or rather contribute this amount renting an apartment for this person elsewhere. We can meet up once in a while and I'll show the person the ropes in this state, but I don't want that person in my direct physical space. These are the ways you can set boundaries for yourself physically. You know, give yourself time to rest. I also know that sometimes we hear the saying, also people saying, oh, I don't cook, I don't clean. Sometimes it just sounds like that, which I don't really agree, because I feel like cooking, cleaning, these are basic life skills that can save you. Imagine wanting to lose weight or go on a health journey and you can't cook, you can't clean, you are focused entirely on eating out. You don't know what they are serving you, the spices they are using, if it's good for your health, if it's causing anything to your health, you don't know, but you're constantly downing outside food rather than making the food yourself. Just imagine, catastrophe, yes. But that's not what I was talking about. So imagine people just saying, okay, fine, they just say, I don't cook, I don't clean, and it just sounds like that, you know. But in essence, sometimes what people are trying to say is, okay, I'm setting physical boundaries around myself. I prefer to get rest than to spend how many hours cleaning and cooking for what? I just need to rest. I like resting. I like my peace. I'm going to rest. Basically, that's what they can be saying. I'm not speaking for everybody, but I'm just trying to help you interpret what physical boundaries could look like. The fourth boundary you need to set is your communication boundaries. How people talk to you. Oh my God, how people talk to you is important. People can sometimes be disrespectful, and what you allow the first time, you are allowing to continue and rehappen. So when people talk to you disrespectfully, when people say things that are demeaning, when people say things that are belittling, when people try to act like you don't have sense, show them that you have sense by setting your communication boundaries. Tell them what you don't like, what you like, what they should stop, how they shouldn't talk to you that way, how you don't appreciate being spoken to in that kind of way. You know, you have to learn to set your boundaries. What is the edge? What is that thing that once that person says, you have to clear the person immediately? I know that this can be sometimes tough for us that are people pleasers, but it's a work in progress. It's not something that you just perfect. You just have to start little by little, and before you know it, you are a complete pro at setting boundaries for yourself. Tell people what they shouldn't say to you. When there's something that someone will say to you, immediately you clear the person. I don't like this. I don't like the way you're talking to me. I don't appreciate it. Please don't speak to me like that ever again. Thank you. You know, learn to set your communication boundaries. Things that people are allowed to say to you, things they're not allowed to say to you, things like that. Let them know that you don't appreciate things like this. You know, you don't appreciate it. They shouldn't. It shouldn't fly. Don't allow it fly. Don't allow disrespect to fly, because when you allow disrespect to fly, it's going to happen over and over again. One thing I've realized with human beings is that we are ultimately all selfish people. Yes, you see, human beings, we are all selfish people, and you would think that when you give and give and give and give, that people will have sense and realize, oh, this person has been giving me a lot, or this person has been tolerating me a lot, or this person has been accepting of my bad behavior a lot. I should give this person some space. I should appreciate this person. No, because let me just use the local lingua. If you give person allow, they will not take allowance. Once you keep accepting and accepting, instead of to get the cue that, okay, you have been accepting, you have been tolerating, you have been all nice, all good, they should leave you and move on. No, they will not see you as a punching bag. Okay, give her more, give her more, give her more, give her more, give her more. That's what they just want to do. They just want to disrespect you some more. They want to, you know, get free labor from you. So many ways they can disrespect your time, your energy, and disrupt your emotional well-being. That is why you need to speak up for yourself and clearly state your boundaries so that people don't move past it. So the next boundary you need to set is your financial boundaries. This is an important topic, especially for us women. Oftentimes, because we like to care, we like to provide, we like to protect, we like to nurture, we like to just be there for people that we love. We often tend to do that with our finances. Sometimes you don't even have enough, but the small one that you have, you are giving to everybody. Somebody calls you, your friend calls you, and it's like, oh, please, I have a certain problem, blah, 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 and you just want to give. One of the things I've told myself is, if I see that you are financially reckless, I'm not going to give you my money. What I'm going to do is, I'd rather take that money that I will give to you and give it to a needy person, someone that cannot live without it. Or better still, I'll take myself out and sponsor myself by myself. I'd rather you spend my money frivolously than give it to someone who is financially reckless. Because one thing with people that are financially reckless is that they don't really appreciate the money you are giving them. They feel like they feel entitled to it. And also people with entitlement mentality. You know, people in Africa sometimes we tend to have this entitlement mentality. They feel like, yes, because you are my friend, because you are my sibling, because you are my parent, because you are my child, I'm entitled to your money. You're not entitled to anybody's money. I don't even think I'm entitled to anybody's money. All I can do is ask if I can. Most times I hate asking, but if I ask and you give it to me, I'll be so grateful because I know what it means to like work hard and get that money. But when people are constantly calling you up, asking for money, when they are being financially reckless with the money they are getting, when they are not doing anything to earn their own money, when they just give you story upon story upon story, it is your clear right to set your financial boundary. Another way I want to help you see this is, let's say that you set your monthly goal that every month I'm going to be saving 150,000 naira. Come rain, come shine, I'm going to be saving 150,000 naira. Now, at the end of the month, you already done your budgeting. The 150 savings is clear. You have your remaining 100k that is meant to carry you for the month. But then somebody calls you and you know that without this 100k you are done. Like, there is nothing that will make you survive, fill your gas, pay for your electricity bills, pay for your water bills, pay for your waste bills without this particular 100k being complete. If it's not complete, you're not going to be able to meet up with everything you're supposed to meet up for the month. And someone calls you and the person tells you, oh, blah 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 blah, because oftentimes the stories are touching. The person calls you, tells you all of those things, and you are forced, or you now decide to take from your savings plan because you already set your financial goal for the year. You now dip your hand into that money that you're about to save and give the person, just so that the person is happy, the person is okay. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Do your savings. People will somehow survive. And for me, that's what I've really told myself, is that no matter how bad things feel emotionally, financially, I'm going to survive. There's going to be a way. I don't mind if I don't know what it will take me, but I'm going to do the things that I can legally to survive. Now, don't quote me wrong. I'm not saying that when someone is in need of their financial assistance, you shouldn't give it to them. But what I'm saying is, as a person, tend to know the people who are like leeches around you, who are like pests around you, who constantly take and take and take and take without meaningful explanation, without working hard for themselves, without even trying for themselves, but they just see you as the person that they can keep calling, keep milking from. When you have people like that, you have to set clear financial boundaries. Let me use an example. You are an older daughter and you're working hard, training your siblings in school, providing for them. And let's say you give your sibling money to pay for school fees, and then one of them is, let's say you have two siblings, I don't pray, it's not your portion in Jesus' name. I'm just giving you an instance that you pay for their school fees, then one of them decides to play Bet Niger with the school fees, the other one decides to go shopping with the school fees, and then you give them the next school fees again, they do another thing with it. You get my point? Don't keep giving them, allow them to stay at home to defer their admission for a while, so that they will have sense. That's just what I'm trying to say. Now, the bonus tip for for setting boundaries is your relationship boundaries. And this is an area that I'm personally working on, and I think it's important. You set boundaries around your relationship, around your marriage, your relationship. You get the point? Set boundaries around them. Know what people shouldn't say about your partner. When people say it, you tell them, I don't like this, don't talk about my partner like this. Do things that you shouldn't tell your people, your family, your friends about your partner, in order to protect the image of your partner to them. Set clear boundaries. Oftentimes, people just like to encroach into your relationship and be all over in your space, tell you how to do this, tell you how not to do that, tell you how, things like that. Learn how to set boundaries when it comes to your relationship. This will help you protect the sanctity of your relationship. When people bring their personal bias, personal opinions into your relationship, it will often lead to problems, because guess what? They did not start a relationship with you. They are not in that relationship with you. And I tell you that you are not reporting 100% of everything that's going on in your relationship with them. It's just like reported speech. Some will be lost in translation. And when they are giving you advice, they are giving you advice from all the bad experiences they've had. They will give you bad advice from all they have heard. They will give you bad advice from all the negative prejudice they have in their minds and hearts. And you in turn, you are carrying those things into your own relationship. Guess what? You are bringing basketballs and it's going to cause issues. Let you set clear boundaries. It's an area I'm working on, and it's an area I feel like every other person should be working on as well. So that is it for the boundaries you are meant to set for yourself as a woman. Yes. Now let's talk about ways that you can set these boundaries. Oftentimes, I don't know why I'm saying just oftentimes. Sorry. So setting boundaries does not have to be loud. It can be quiet, like unannounced. You're just doing your thing. Like when I told you that my friends, I decided to just start referring them to God. I didn't tell them that, friends, if you don't take my advice, I'm going to start referring you to God. No, I just started doing it. You can also say no. Someone can call you up. Please do this, do this, this. No. No is a complete sentence. I myself, I try to practice it. No. No is a complete sentence. No explanation. No, I'm not. This is something my husband does, and I admire it about him sometimes, even though it can be annoying. But I admire it about him sometimes, and I just want to learn how to do it. No. Can you do this for me? No. It is a complete sentence. No. And then try to ask yourself, when something happens, I want you to ask yourself, has this person exceeded the limit? Always know what your limit is. What is the thing that once somebody does, they have exceeded your limit? Once you find out what those things are, you will be able to know when to cut off the insults, when to cut off that person, when to leave that person, from your life, when to exclude that person. That is what happens when you have your clear boundaries. So first, it doesn't have to be loud, it just has to be quiet, and you're already doing it. Second, no. Learn how to say no. Learn how to say no. When someone invites you out and you don't want to go out, no. When someone asks you about your relationship, learn how to say, oh, I don't want to talk about that. Clear, short sentences that will just set clear boundaries. Another thing I want you to know is that when you start setting boundaries for yourself, people are often going to feel offended. Imagine if you have something that you're going to take freely. Imagine if there's a shopping mall that someone says, shop as you like, you are not going to pay. And every time you need something, you take your basket, your shopping cart to that shopping mall, you pack everything you need, and you go home without paying for it. And one day someone locks that shopping mall and says, you can't take anything you want, you have to now pay for it. Meanwhile, you have been taking things for over a year or years without paying, and all of a sudden someone is asking you to pay. You'll be upset. That's the same way it is with boundaries. When someone has free access to you, they're always getting what they want with you, always getting their way with you. They insult you, they go free. They take your time and energy, they drain you, they go free. They take your money, they go free. They are causing issues in your relationship, they go free. And all of a sudden you are telling them, no, this is no longer acceptable. Of course they are going to be upset. So understand it and accept it. Acknowledge it and move on from it. People are going to be upset when you start showing up for yourself. Accept it and move on from it. Okay, it's going to happen. Don't let it affect you. Don't let it bother you. Just accept it and move on. People are going to, cut you off. Those are people that are meant to go. The main ones that are meant to stay, they are going to come. And when they come, trust me, you're going to even know how amazing this life can be with those people that are coming. This is what I feel you should do to help improve your life, give you peace, give you joy, give you harmony. Okay? Now for our board of words, let's find out what our word is for this particular week. Okay. I'm seeing Oprah Winfrey. Okay. I turned my word. This is quite insightful. I turned my wounds into wisdom. Wow. You see all those times they've made you question yourself, all those times they've belittled you, all those times you find yourself worrying constantly and, just feeling some kind of way because of this person's attitude or what this person has done, what this person has said, and you find yourself exhausted from going places you don't want to go in, being in physical spots you don't want to be in, over-exerting yourself for other people, and they give a no hoots about you. All those times, remind yourself of them at this point and learn from your wounds, okay? Learn from your wounds, move from it, and don't allow yourself to keep being in that situation that keeps you stuck, keeps you angry, keeps you resentful, keeps you in a negative energy, keeps you keeping your priorities and your your good self in places that are not worth it. Get yourself away from that place and do better. My name is Chidima Asogwa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. And this is Aneke TV, and you can find Dear Woman every Wednesday on Aneke TV and every Saturday a replay on Aneke TV. Don't touch that dial. Subscribe and drop a comment. Which boundaries are you clearly going to be setting this new month or this new year if you're my birthday mate? And if you're not going to be setting any clear new boundaries, tell me other boundaries that you already established along the line and how it works for you. Thank you.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.